it's pretty in here, okay. I'm fucking hyped for them. This shit's gonna be cute as hell. Let's fucking go, buddies. Yeah, I love this for them. Aw, the flowers and stuff? Okay. You stepped into a spacious room flooded with sunlight. And here we are. Impressive, isn't it? They know how to pick a place. You couldn't help but agree. The wedding hall, which was basically an entire floor of the building, boasted floor-to-ceiling windows. The effect was dizzying. The whole city was at your feet. You weren't able to admire the view for long, however. The place was in a frenzy of preparation. No sooner had you arrived than you were being swept up in it. Baxter made a beeline for you the moment he heard the elevator doors open, his wedding planner persona firmly in place. Ah, excellent. It's good to see you both. Excuse the brevity, but as you can see, we're well underway with setting out the centerpieces already. You exchanged a brief nod of acknowledgement before he gestured for you and Terry to join Miranda, hard at work by a table at the far end of the hall. Aw, she's so pretty! She was wearing a simple yet elegant pink dress, and her long hair flowed in rivulets of immaculately arranged curls. Terry called out to her in greeting, and she turned and waved you over, beaming. Great, you're here. You look lovely, Blake. You made it back to Jude and Scott's without any trouble, I guess? She huddled in closer and gave a furtive look around the room, as if her brother's fiancé might be in earshot by some freak accident. Baxter filled us in on your alibi. Thank you so much for making an extra cake. I know Jude was beating himself up over that. She pointed to a table a short distance away. An unassuming white platter cover rested there. A gift from one groom to another, courtesy of Blake and Baxter's bakery. Okay, that's cute as hell, though. Yeah, it looks pretty great. Scott's gonna love it. For sure. I love them. Everybody all dressed up and shit. This is cute. I sure hope so. They both will. Now, let's get to it. Terry let out a startled grunt as Miranda dumped a box of guest favors into his arms before picking up another two of her own. Sorry, we don't have time to stand around. Blake, would you grab the last box over there? We need to take them too. A hectic afternoon of busy work ensued. Everyone had been saying it, but this was something you only ever truly understood while in the thick of it. There was so much to do. Tables to decorate, seating plans to consult, name cards to sort, rows of chairs to set out, garlands to hang and ribbons to tie, and candles to place into candlesticks. Miranda's parents were sitting at one of the dining tables, dressed in a matching suit and dress, folding napkins like their lives depended on it. They'd clearly been practicing. It was funny, you thought while unpacking the centerpieces, to see so many people whizzing about in formal clothing. You wondered if this was what butlers felt like all the time. At the eye of the storm was Baxter, coordinating the efforts with poise and expertise beyond his years. The tension only served to make him sharper, more focused in his pursuit of perfection. He was the common nexus to all your efforts, the axle around which the room revolved, faster and faster. You supposed this was just another kind of dance to him. It felt impossible to keep track of everything that was happening. You blinked and then Xavier was there, delivering their confectionery masterpiece in its grandeur. It joined the concealed groom's cake on the dessert table. You happened to catch a glimpse of Xavier sneaking a peek under the lid. It looked like they approved. Maybe. There was, surprise, surprise, not a spare minute to stop and chat with them directly. They had a business to get back to, and you were also otherwise occupied. So occupied, in fact, that several hours passed without you realizing it. That better be the last one. I'm never straightening another place setting for the rest of my life. Terry slumped into a chair, making a big show of looking short of breath. Miranda plopped herself down in the chair next to him, giving him a playful jab in the ribs with her elbow. Wish granted, there's not a lot of reasons you'd need to do that again. You could have let me milk the drama for a bit. Sorry again. It's too late now. You solved it. We should... Hey, you okay? Terry put a hand on Miranda's shoulder, concerned. She had begun massaging the backs of her ankles, wincing a little. I'm all right. It's these shoes. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to prepare the venue in this new pair when I could have worn my regular sandals and swapped them out before the guests arrived. Sorry. At least there's not a lot of reasons you'd need to decorate a wedding in pumps again. Yeah, you solved it. They're so cute. I love them. I feel like they're such a good couple. Miranda startled at a loud clapping that rang through the hall. Baxter was standing at the far end, his hands together. The room quickly fell silent. If I could have your attention, everyone, I think I'm right in saying that we've now completed the necessary preparations for the main event. You've performed an admirable job. From this point on, the wedding should proceed without any further difficulties, so I'd like to invite you to enjoy the special occasion starting now. You've earned it. With that said, I've received word from the receptionist that the guests have begun to congregate in the foyer downstairs. You only need to join them to wait for the grooms to make their arrival. Thank you. You shared a look with Terry and Miranda before the three of you, with no small amount of effort, got to your feet. As you headed for the elevators, Baxter came alongside. The attention was off of him for the moment, and he'd eased into a more casual posture, with one hand in his pocket. Very suave. He addressed you each in turn. Terry, Miranda, Blake, good work, each of you. In my capacity as an organizer, I wouldn't normally say this, but it's been a relief to be able to count on you today. This whole week, in fact. Don't say that. It was the least I could do for Jude, even in spite of his, lack of forethought. She sighed. I feel bad you weren't seeing my brother at his best all the time. I love him, but sometimes his head is completely up his own ass. Baxter's cool countenance gave way to a sudden snort, which he tried and failed to cover up with his hand. He'd never anticipated Miranda of all people to be the one to say such a thing. It was rare, but she knew how to choose her moments carefully. It was always a bit of a treat. Terry gave a dramatic gasp of indignation and rounded on her with false admonishment. Randy, you can't say ass at a wedding. Miranda only grinned up at her boyfriend, innocent as an angel. It's a good thing for both of us that the wedding hasn't started yet. There was no good trying to keep a straight face. Both you and Baxter exchanged helpless glances before joining in the laughter wholeheartedly. It had been a tiring few days. You were feeling it, now more than ever, but you'd made it through with a little help from your friends, and no small amount of silliness. Baxter cleared his throat, regaining his composure to the best of his ability. That being said, we should get our butts downstairs. After you, Blake. You piled into the elevator and made the ride down to the lobby, prickling with anticipation as the floor number grew closer and closer to 1. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, I appreciate it. That means we're gonna see Ocean Boy again. I miss him. Cove. The double doors opened to bustling energy. A thronging host of guests were lingering about, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. Baxter gave a proper tip of his head and darted off into the crowd, ostensibly to take care of arrangements for when the couple arrived. Terry and Miranda followed not far behind. You stayed put while they went around to give welcomes. Unlike you, they knew a fair number of the people in attendance. Still, there was one ever-familiar face in the crowd. Towering impressively over almost everyone else, yet standing awkwardly off to one side, was a man with a gentle face and hair the color of sea glass. You carefully picked your way through the crowd. You were pleased to see him, but you couldn't forget where you were. This was a wedding and demanded your best behavior. Cove spotted you as you drew near, and his face lit up with relief. I'm gonna take a quick break here for just a second. I will be back, I promise. Okay, who's ready to get back into it? Sorry, I learned my lesson from last week and decided to actually try and give my vocal cords a moment to catch back up to me. Obviously, we're gonna hug Cove, right? Everyone's in agreement that, like, big hug for Ocean Boy. It's so weird because in real life, so, like, I'm weird when it comes to physical affection. I don't like people crowding my personal space unless I'm given like a heads up beforehand. Like if I know someone's gonna hug me, then I can like mentally prepare for it. Unless it's with people I'm like super comfortable with, like in my innermost circle, like T can crowd my space as much as they want. I absolutely love them. They're fine. But like I remember this one time we went to it was karaoke, right? Yeah, we went to karaoke and I was not warned in advance that the woman who's very well known and loved at karaoke was going to hug me. That was her form of greeting, was to hug me, and I instantly just felt like I was suffocating, and I just gave T this look of absolute panic of like, get this woman off of me right the fuck now. But then the moment passed and we were fine, and I'm like, hooray! Also, thank you so much for the follow, Holiday Punch. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the fam. Appreciate having you here. But yeah, I don't know if anybody else is like that. I know that physical touch is one of the love languages. And weirdly enough, I think it's one of mine too. It's just again with those hand-picked people that I'm like, yeah, you can hug me, you can be physically affectionate and I will be fine. But I think just with these characters, I adore them all so much that I'm like, yeah, they would be in my inner circle. They could get hugs from me whenever they fucking want, bro. Yeah, you drew them and do a big hug. Cove had many good qualities, but being premium hug material was definitely one of the better ones. He made a small sound before his arms wrapped around you instinctively. When you drew apart again, Cove was regarding you with fondness. Hi, Cove. Hey, Blake. I missed you. Can we also talk about the fact that Cove is like fucking ripped, and I don't think I've mentioned it before, but holy nuggets. Goddamn. Cove always needs a hug. I love him. His tenor was soft and full of sincerity. It tugged at your heartstrings to hear it in person again. I mean, I know it's only been not even a week, but that's okay. I missed you too. It was the kind of sensation that you only truly recognized the instant you gave voice to it, but it was the truth. You'd been missing Cove all the way through this ordeal. At hearing his feelings echoed back at him, Cove positively beamed. You basked in the shared sentiment for a while, not really speaking, content to simply be together. So, how did it go with the preparation and stuff? With, Baxter, the wedding planning? There was a faint upward lit to the way he said Baxter's name, kind of like he was unsure if he remembered it correctly. Though, of course, that wasn't really the reason. Cove had found it just as hard as the rest of you to believe that your old acquaintance had reappeared. He was still not yet accustomed to including the name in his vocabulary. It's been, eventful, yeah. Cove giggled unexpectedly at your response. I get it, because it's an event, so of course it would be eventful. I didn't even do that shit on purpose, but you know what? I'm glad I did it. Okay, that was completely unintentional. And if it hadn't been, you would have been ashamed of such a bad pun. Nah, fuck that. I'm proud of my bad puns. But Cove seemed so sincerely tickled that you didn't have the heart to break it to him. Your reunion was cut short by a sudden shift in the surrounding ambiance. The constant hubbub was rising in intensity, reaching a fever pitch. Something was happening. Oh my goodness, are Scott and Jude showing up? All around you, people were turning to face the entrance, craning their necks and peering around each other to get a better look. Through the glass doors, you made out a familiar splash of scarlet. Hell yeah! Let's go! It's wedding time, BB! There were several appreciative whispers from the congregation. A low whistle came from somewhere nearby, and you overheard a guest announce to his neighbor that the car was a Corvette. Baxter was at the head of the assembly, ready and waiting to throw open the doors. Aw, they look so cute! Two men exited the stylish ride, dressed in even more fashionable suits. The grooms had arrived. Damn, between the car and the suits, Baxter really did fucking good. I think I like Jude's more. I like the blue. But Scott looks really fucking good too. Okay, y'all really said we're gonna show the fuck up. You'd peeked at the photographs from their shopping spree, so you'd known what to expect, but there was always something different about seeing it in person. When Scott and Jude entered the building, the crowd parted, forming a corridor to let them pass. They would be leading the way back up to the hall from here. The crowd was shepherded into the elevators and stages, heading back up top. Baxter stayed hard at work, directing the incoming traffic and ensuring that everyone promptly found a seat. You and Cove had arrived early and snagged a row of 4 somewhere near the front. Terry and Miranda appeared afterwards and took the 2 spares. Soon the elevator doors closed for the last time, and the final few stragglers eased into place. The betrothed were behind everyone, waiting patiently. All at once, like everyone could sense it, a hush fell over the crowd. Peering over your shoulder, you saw Baxter give a curt nod to the officiant before fiddling with a miniature remote. From hidden speakers, you heard the opening bars of music you couldn't place, something measured yet upbeat, as every head in the room swiveled to watch Scott and Jude walk down the aisle. They were bound for an elegant archway that had been erected right beside one of the enormous windows. As they drew near to it, the afternoon sunshine haloed them with gold. The music fell silent. All was still. The last 5 days of your lives had been a whirlwind, a long, stressful journey towards the singular moment. You gazed at the joyful faces of the 2 men in front of you and saw none of that. Aww. Okay, this was so fucking worth it though, bro. Here at last was the magic to the ritual. They were 2 figures, radiant, bathed in sunlight. They stood hand in hand, with the whole world beneath them, and had eyes only for each other. The ceremony itself was brief, with no unnecessary pomp and circumstance, but sufficed throughout with sweetness. Their officiant gave a welcome before proceeding with opening words on the subjects of commitment, of family, and of love. The exchange of vows and rings immediately followed, promises to be there for one another in good times and in bad. Scott went first, reading his vows from a little card. Jude did his from memory, his voice trembling with emotion. You tried to focus on every word, but became a little distracted by your friends. 2 seats down from you, Miranda was wordlessly dealing out Kleenex to both Terry and Cove, who, on cue, had begun to weep. She then dabbed at her own face, teary-eyed herself. Thereafter came the candle lighting ceremony, a moment of quiet intimacy, save for the odd sniffle. The grooms each lit their own smaller tapers separately before igniting the large unity candle together. One by one, you watched as their hopes for the day were realized. Baxter had been right. The whole thing went off without so much as a hitch. Well, besides the people getting hitched, of course. It went so smoothly, in fact, that it was nearly over in no time at all. There was one final matter to take care of. With a broad smile and a booming voice, the officiant pronounced the marriage completed. You may now... Oh. There wasn't any point in finishing. The crowd had erupted in cheers before they could get that far. Scott's restraint had held right up until the final moment, but being forced to wait any longer to kiss his husband was a bridge too far. He'd jumped the gun, and Jude, but it wasn't like it mattered. The hall filled with the sound of laughter, and a huge clattering went up as the whole congregation got noisily to their feet. The newly wedded Mr. and Mr. Adam turned to face the crowd of their family and friends, eyes bright, heads held high. They stood and waved before linking arms and striding back up the aisle. They shook hands and smiled with all the sundry, leading a growing procession over the far end of the hall where the reception tables were laid out waiting. Just like that, the ceremony was over, and it was time to start the party. As the guests began to migrate, the staff hung back, already beginning to rearrange the place. Chairs were being stacked and wheeled over to the reception area, ready for dinner. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I'll take care of things here. I love this for them. Baxter excused himself to assist with the preparation, disappearing into the crowd and leaving you, Miranda, Cove, and Terry to mingle with the other guests. No sooner had you lost sight of him than you spotted the men of the hour wading through the mass of guests, hands clasped triumphantly between them. Their progress was rather slow. Everyone and their mom wanted a handshake. Eventually, they made it over to where your little group was standing. Scott was bouncing on the balls of his feet, lighter than air. Jude was his usual grounded self, but you could tell he was ecstatic. He raised his hand in a casual wave. Yo! Hey guys! Oh my goodness. Hug them both right now. You threw your arms around them both. Whoa! Jude's arms came up to steady you as you barreled into him. On your other side, Scott giggled. Congratulations on your marriage! Scott's radiant expression could have powered all of California for a year. Thank you so much, Blake. It's been hard to keep myself together. I'm just so... He scrunched up his face and squeezed his arms in tight, as if to clamp down on the powerful, nameless emotion welling up inside him. You understood, even if he couldn't find the word for it. Jude had one arm still intertwined with Scott's, reaching over with his free hand and tapped you on the shoulder. Hey, this wouldn't have been the same without you. You can say that again. Thank you so much for your help, Blake. Take some time to relax and enjoy the reception, okay? You earned it. You're welcome. It was my pleasure, and thanks. The pair of them grinned in unison before once more being swept up in the tide of well-wishers and distant relations. For an instant, you were left twiddling your thumbs along with the others. You took a moment to survey your surroundings, for lack of anything better to do. In a far corner of the room, you spotted a conspicuous figure flitting about, a grim-faced lady holding a camera. You recognized her easily. She'd been at every single Egret family event for the last decade or more, dutifully documenting the event for posterity. You would have put money on her having been there when Miranda and Jude were born, in fact. It was hard to imagine her missing any significant occasion. You were relieved she could make it. Eventually, Scott and Jude had hugged, kissed, or shaken hands with the majority of their guests. Meanwhile, the staff were beginning to clear a large empty space in the middle of the room, easing the crowd to the walls to uncover the central floor. With cautious steps, Scott and Jude made their way onto the dance floor, two lone figures. They took their positions as the noise of the guests faded to silence. You saw Jude lean in close to his husband, whispering something in his ear. Scott grinned, their eyes met, and the music played. It started off slow, with a measured, even tempo. The couple began to move in unison, easing into the dance carefully, their toes testing the floor as one might the surface of a frozen pond. As the beat began to pick up, though, they quickly settled into a polished, practiced routine. Thank you for the hydrate reminder, appreciate it. This shit's so cute, fucking stop. To your left, Terry sucked in an impressed gasp. He wasn't the only one to give his approval. As the couple spun readily around the space, there were encouraging whoops and smatterings of applause. You could hardly believe those were the same people who, only a few days prior, would have sworn on their lives that this was an impossible feat. Another fucking Baxter win, buddies. And now they were taking turns dipping each other to cheers, barely able to contain their joy. From across the room, you noticed Baxter watching with a gentle, heartfelt expression on his face. You detected a hint of satisfaction. He was unabashedly proud of his students. You thought his eyes flicked aside to meet yours, although that might have been a trick of the light, the setting sun casting strange shadows. Either way, his features remained unaltered, tender. As the music came to a delicate finish, Scott and Jude maintained their final pose for a second or two before embracing, to more acclaim from the onlookers. Scott held Jude's head in both hands, leaning in for a kiss, extra cheering from Terry. Cove averted his eyes a little bashfully. He'd always been the type to get flustered over PDA. The lovebirds took their bows and were then rushed off to take more photos. Now that the first dance was taken care of, the next order of business was arguably the most important. Food! Terry's voice was easily audible over the growing din of guests milling about once more. In an instant he was gone, vanished in the direction of the appetizers. There was a green blur at the edge of your peripheral vision. You looked over to find Cove, or rather an empty spot where he had been standing mere moments ago. Nothing was more reliable than Cove's response to what Miranda had once dubbed the F-bomb. That boy must have hollow legs. Maybe that was what made him so buoyant. You exchanged amused glances with Randy before she shrugged and followed along behind the two boys. Might as well grab an appetizer too while there's still some left. It was going to be a close call if you knew your friends. There had been a hungry look in Terry's eyes as he dashed past. You gravitated in the direction of the snack table, following along in the wake of your friends. Most of the other congregants were taking this opportunity for more socializing, with some handfuls breaking away to grab a morsel to munch on while they waited. It was easy to hook back up with your friends nearby, though admittedly, that was never difficult even at the worst of times. You just had to walk in the direction of an elevated pair of blue eyes. As soon as you caught up to them, Cove was passing you a small delicacy of some description. You should give this a taste, Blake. I think you'd like it. Thanks. Cove sharing food with me without being asked? Damn. Now I've seen everything. You took whatever it was and popped it in your mouth, giving a thumbs up of appreciation. He'd been right. You immediately leaned over the table and grabbed another. Sure good. The four of you hung around by the hors d'oeuvres for a while, swapping stories and reminiscing about the places you'd seen some of the other guests. Harry was, with some small degree of pride, recounting the names of Miranda's relatives as they flitted in and out of view. Many of them stopped by to say hello, which was sweet to watch. It was evident that many in Miranda's family already considered Terry to be one of their own, and it didn't escape your notice that Randy was on the receiving end of several meaningful looks. Randy, for her part, was doing an exceptional job of pretending not to notice any of them. She could be very unflappable when the situation demanded. Before you and your friends could totally wipe out the snack table, there was a tinkling sound of a bell being rung, which came from the direction of the dining area. This was the signal for everyone to take their places for the main course, presumably. Your little group hurried on over, joining the mass of guests crowded around the tables. Everyone's designated seat was marked with a name card, written in flowing golden ink. You spotted yours quickly. You and your friends were near the head table. Once the momentary fuss of the seating arrangements was dispensed with, the meal followed along in very short order. A small squadron of waitstaff began to set large plates in front of the guests, each laden with food, giving off a faint wisp of steam. If memory served, the options were chicken tangine, beef steak, vegetarian ravioli, and a vegan risotto. In actuality, you had paid very little attention to the main course, your mind being elsewhere. The main was, naturally, a precursor to what Cove would have described as the most important course of all, dessert. On this occasion, you had to agree with him. You wolfed down your meal with a sense of growing excitement, hardly able to stop yourself from peeking over to the top table every now and again. The tiered wedding cake, Xavier's masterpiece, stood resplendent as at one end of June Scott's table, and next to it, hidden under an unassuming silver cloche. How would it be received? What would Scott think? In your anticipation, you were finding it hard to sit still. It didn't escape Cove's notice that something was up. Halfway through eating, there was a gentle nudge at your elbow. He was looking at you quizzically. Is everything okay? He was genuinely concerned, which was both very sweet and rather funny. You flashed him a quick smile and waved it away, not wanting to risk being overheard. During the ceremony and throughout the meal, Baxter had flitted from corner to corner of the room with the delicacy of a honeybee, his presence unassuming and unnoticed by all present except you. As the main course was being cleared, however, he tapped a fork against the side of a wine glass, the clear sound reverberating off the tile floors and quieting the diners' discussions. Honored guests, I hope the food and drink has been to your satisfaction. There were some non-specific noises of concurrence from the various tables. You glanced at Terry, who was patting his stomach contentedly, then at Miranda, still nibbling away at a piece of bread. I'm glad to hear that. We've come to the part of the evening where the newlyweds will cut the traditional first slices of their wedding cake. Scott, Jude, if you'd like to. The sound of two chairs scraping against the floor drowned out the rest of what he said. Scott and Jude got to their feet and came around from behind the top table. The two men stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the tiered cake, a large steel knife clutched in Scott's right hand. Jude's left rested over the top, his wedding band winking in the candlelight. There was a momentary pause as the dour-faced photographer performed her solemn, at least to her, duty, and then with relatively little actual ceremony, the first clean cuts were made. The couple apportioned a slice apiece, and as promised, there was no smushing of cake in anyone's face. A round of applause rippled around the tables as the first bites were taken, and then a bustling sound as people started getting up to form a queue. Scott was limbering up to carve slices for everybody when Jude tugged at his sleeve and stopped him with a word. He gestured to the silver cover, still hiding whatever was underneath. Sensing that there was more to come, the guests piped down again. When Scott reached over and finally lifted the top to reveal the groom's cake in all its glory, there were several soft gasps. One of these was from Scott himself, whose face was blown wide with surprise and delight. He smiled, open-mouthed, looking silently to his husband and back down at the controller cake. Aw, wait, that's so fucking cute. Why did me and Baxter actually do good, though? Oh, shit. I'm proud of that. You felt a warm, fuzzy feeling spread throughout your body as Scott began to whisper rapidly in Jude's ear, likely interrogating him about what was going on and where the cake had come from. I love that. I'm so hyped. It was too far away for you to tell what was said, but you didn't need to be in earshot to know that Scott was floored. You sagged in your seat with relief, your long night's effort vindicated. I love that. That's so cute. My whole heart. News of the groom's cake spread like a wave through the room, people murmuring excitedly to one another, with some approving nods and expressions of admiration thrown in. At his husband's side, Jude was looking nowhere but at Scott's face, eyes filled with emotion. He wrapped an arm around Scott's waist, and they leaned into each other in a sidelong embrace. A fresh knife was provided for the second cake, and Scott eagerly called the photographer back over to snap some fresh shots, both of the whole cake and then of them cutting it. This time, as the incision was made, Jude addressed the onlookers. "This is the last cake, I swear." Some laughter, and then the room devolved into chatter as people began lining up in front of the top table for their dessert. You and your friends, being close by, got there early. The couple were handing out slices to everyone on little side plates. Jude took care of the tiered cake, while Scott was still fawning over the bright red controller even as he cut into it. At the front of the line, you had the option of taking a slice from the chocolate vanilla tiered cake, the carrot cake of your own making, or, to Cove's delight, a piece of both. You went for, I feel like it's gotta be both. I love that it's both, obviously. Yeah. I love Scott's reaction. I fucking can't. I'm fucking beaming over here like I actually did it. What the fuck? Having just served Cove, the grooms both laughed to hear you also ask for 2 slices. What could you say? You wanted to have your cake and eat it twice. Cove grinned at you as you both returned to the table with a plate in each hand, 4 helpings between you. Why make a hard choice when you don't have to, right? Right. See, Cove and I are on the same wavelength when it comes to food. Just eat all of it. That shit was so fucking cute, bro. I can't. Worth it. When everyone was in their seats again, you had an unexpected visitor. Baxter had squeezed his way past the line for dessert and over to your table. His hand hovered at the back of your chair. Sup? Hi. Hey. Cove's greeting was stilted and awkward. There simply hadn't been time before for him to get used to Baxter's presence, and he was never quite used to it to begin with. It's been a while, Cove. Good evening, everyone. Are we enjoying ourselves? Your group exchanged glances amongst themselves, as if to decide who would go first. It's knife. Cove swallowed his mouthful of cake and tried again. It's been pretty nice, yeah. Miranda threw up her hands in mock exasperation, her body language having become a lot more flamboyant ever since the wine she'd had with the main course. Don't worry, Baxter. I think it's the best wedding I've ever been to. Terry nodded along as she spoke, tilting his chair up on its hind legs with his arm draped over the back of it. It's been amazing. You brought your A game today, B-Man. Baxter's eyes twinkled at the mention of his old moniker, and it looked like the professional here was suppressing a laugh to boot. I'm afraid that joke gets a C-, Terry. Hey! But no, seriously, man. It's been a blast. That's what, 2 successful events you've organized for Miranda's family already? You should become the official party planner for the Egerts. That could work. At least I know who to come to when Terry and I, need help. Exactly. Wait a minute. The front legs of Terry's chair hit the floor with a thunk. As Miranda waited for her boyfriend's brain to catch up with the conversation, she reached for her glass and took another swig of wine. Terry looked like he was trying to solve an extremely difficult mental math problem, all power of language having evaporated. Miranda simply patted his leg, looked into his eyes, and smiled sweetly. You let out a silent shout in your head, not wanting to interrupt whatever moment the two were now having. Miranda hadn't proposed at her brother's wedding, but it was a heck of a hint. Baxter put a finger thoughtfully to his lips, fighting to hide the way the corners of his mouth were curling upwards. Perhaps I could consider introducing a loyalty card system. I certainly appreciate a returning customer. Miranda had now laced her fingers together with Terry's, who was still unresponsive to external stimuli. Cove giggled and leaned in to speak quietly to you. I wasn't here for a week. What happened? A lot. I feel like a lot is such an understatement, though. You didn't get a chance to elaborate. Baxter, Blake, I was looking for you. I know what you did. Oh my gosh, he's beaming. Dude is so fucking happy. Scott had a healthy flush to his face, his eyes bright and enthusiastic. It didn't match the almost sinister choice of words. Jude appeared at his husband's right elbow. You made that cake? Yep, last night. Scott's eyebrows and voice rose in unison, his tone modulating a few octaves upwards in incredulousness. Last night? You can't be serious. What were you thinking? You and Baxter nearly fell over each other trying to assure Scott that it hadn't been too much trouble, that you'd volunteered your time, and besides, you were both old hands at baking by now. Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed Cove paying attention, a look of comprehension dawning on his face. The source of your earlier agitation had finally been revealed. With enough reassurance from the pair of you, Scott's concern was mollified enough for him to round his way back to thanking you again. It was a highlight of the day, honestly. You're too kind, Scott. It's been more than worthwhile. As long as you're satisfied, I couldn't be happier. Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. and Mr. Adam. Thanks. It was just perfect. The cake, the ceremony. His voice was getting strained with emotion, and he broke off in favor of taking Jude's hand again. We won't forget it, right, Grant? A vigorous shake of the head from Grant. Cool, well. Here Jude reached over and clapped a hand to Baxter's shoulder. For real, you made this happen. Thank you. Thank you all. There was another round of your welcomes and don't mention it before Baxter made his excuses and promptly vanished. Jude watched him leave, arms folded. I just love how much this worked out for everybody. It's such a fucking happy day. Oh boy, what's Jude thinking? I don't get that, dude. He's got a head for dealing with stuff. He handled me and Scott's issues. Why can't he do it for himself? You, Cove, Miranda, and Terry all swapped a series of silent, sidelong looks. For having only known Baxter a week, Jude's perception was uncannily accurate. What could you even say in rebuttal? Jude didn't pay you any mind, nor did he retract his statement. He merely shrugged with one shoulder, the fingers of his hand splaying out in a universal, well, whatever kind of gesture. Um, hmm. I'm gonna go with he's trying, because I honestly think that he is. Yeah, I think so too. Jude gave his wedding reception a glance with new eyes. We should go. The real dancing started, and he owes me a rematch. Scott tutted, cocking his hip. It's not gonna make any difference, Jude, but I'll humor you since it's your wedding day. It's your wedding day too. The two had made a game, a competitive one at that, even out of dancing together. No one would get in the way of that. The couple joyfully made a break for the dance floor, hand in hand. I just fucking love them, bro. Like, I can't. These characters have my whole ass heart. After a second or so, Miranda wiped a few chocolate cake crumbs from around her mouth and got to her feet, holding out her hand to Terry. You know, we could dance too. Terry placed his palm on top of Miranda's and sprang out of his seat. Yes, let's show those clowns what 10 years of birthday parties looks like. How about you, Cove? The pair of them turned their puppy dog eyes over to Cove, who was somehow still chewing. He shook his head and swallowed. I'm good. I'll stay here and watch if that's okay. Sure. Blake? Count me in. I'm gonna have fun with them. You waved goodbye to Cove and ran off to the center of the space. A large number of Scott and Jude's friends and relations were already there, shaking it enthusiastically. You felt the sugar in your blood like a buzz, the music becoming a pulse that merged with the beat of your heart. It was much more intense and energetic than the groom's initial two-step had been. The ballroom had been swiftly left behind for what was essentially a miniature disco. Scott and Jude bounced their way over to the three of you. They laughed incredulously as Terry and Randy busted not merely one but several moves, other dancers stopping to whistle and cheer them on. The faux competition was soon forgotten about, while Terry and Miranda started doing slightly tipsy laps on the floor together. You stayed behind and hopped around with Scott and Jude. You couldn't help but spare a thought to whoever was organizing the music, as the final triumphant chorus of a pop-punk ballad blended into the opening bars of a hip-hop track. Whoever it was had obviously known their audience. You hadn't heard some of this music in years. Midway through, Randy and her brother-in-law doing an impromptu rendition of the Macarena, you glanced over to where Cove was sitting. He gave a cheerful little wave, perfectly content to stay where he was. In this glass palace on top of the world, the people celebrated the evening away. A few early stars, like curious children, began to poke their heads out. The time moved for you in strange increments, moments and colors running together like globs of paint. You counted the minutes by the measure of jazz chords and camera flashes and laughter. You remembered looking around for him at times, trying to catch a glimpse through the shifting mass of bodies, eyes peeled for that telltale mop of grayish black. But try as you did, Baxter Ward was visible in only short snatches. The back of his head over someone's shoulder, half a face turned to speak to a colleague, a pair of eyes reflected in a window. His presence was like a wisp of insustainable smoke. He had become a shadow, easily forgotten yet always there. Hours passed until you were standing in the lobby with the others to send the couple off. It was funny, you thought. For the days of effort you'd put in, it was all over so quickly. Scott and Jude were doing the rounds one last time, expressing their heartfelt appreciation to people for coming. They hadn't stopped holding hands since the dancing began. Thank you for the hydration reminder. A few moments later, you were waving from the front steps as they got in the sparkling car and drove off. That splash of red sped away in an instant, carrying them to a new life together. The majority of guests made themselves scarce shortly afterwards, heading down to the parking garage en masse or getting into taxis. You stayed behind, together with Scott and Jude's relations. The party portion of the party might have finished, but someone had to clean up afterwards. You leaned against the wall of the elevator on the way back up to the hall, half tired, half relieved. One good thing about the event being over was that you didn't have to worry about it anymore. The doors opened once again, and you stepped out into the wedding hall. Cove, Miranda, and Terry were at the dining tables, busily stripping them down. Over here. You were beckoned to join them, and soon you were scooping up garbage and folding tablecloths in earnest. It was almost a cliche at this point, but you once again found yourself recalling a similar occasion years before. It was just like when you stayed behind to clear up after Miranda's birthday party. It had felt the same way then, the strange mix of emptiness and satisfaction. Casting your eyes about the room, you realized that wasn't the only common thread. Like before, there was one member of your ragtag group who wasn't present. Baxter was down on the opposite end of the room, still rushing to and fro between various groups of staff, keeping himself occupied. You decided not to get in his way, not while he was busy. The moment would come eventually. You'd been hoping to spend some time together. You resigned yourself to waiting. The trouble was, it took a lot longer than you'd anticipated. Once all the trash had been cleared away, he'd started vacuuming the floors. How did he find that? And when you finished with the decorations, he was in the middle of moving stacks of chairs over to the elevators. He passed close by as you were beginning to pack up the wedding cakes. You called out to him, but all you got was a perfunctory smile and a tilt of the head before he sped away again. Your heart sank as you turned back to what was left of the groom's cake, which you were slicing to pack into a storage container. You wouldn't ignore Baxter, but the same clearly wasn't true for him. He hadn't spoken to you since that one time during the reception. It couldn't be a coincidence. For some reason or another, he'd been avoiding all of you. Or maybe you specifically. Okay, now he's back to being weird again. What the fuck? It was getting kind of ridiculous. There was almost nobody left in the room. By now it was you, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, some employees from the building itself, and Baxter. Everyone else had gone. Time was running out. If he left before you had a chance to speak, there was no knowing whether you'd get another. You might never see him again. You looked down at the cake that you made, the last evidence of your collaboration, maybe even your friendship, and you were cutting it to pieces and putting it away in a box. How symbolic. You carried on slicing, ruminating on this thought in silence. It was hard to say how you felt about it. Sure, you'd accepted this sort of behavior in the past, but now... Ache a break? The sound of Miranda's voice pulled you out of your mental quagmire. You'd been so focused on Baxter's usual strangeness that you hadn't registered her talking. One look at the surprise on your face was enough for Randy to know you'd been a million miles away. She tapped the table in front of you. I can finish up here, Blake. You've been going for ages, and you were up all night too. Her wide eyes were worried when you looked up into them, and there was a slight pinch in her forehead. Yeah, you should take it easy. Terry's head popped into view from behind Miranda, his expression of concern an exact replica of hers. It was so cute, the way they had gradually taken on each other's mannerisms over the years. Leave something for Cove to do for once. He's gotta earn that fifth slice of cake. There was a yelp of indignation as last but not least, Cove made his appearance over Terry's shoulder. The sight of the three of them lined up in height order like that was comical. Cove's face was a little pouty, his tone defensive. It wasn't like I didn't want to help out Terry. And besides, it wouldn't be my fifth. It would be, let's see. Cove, I don't think we have time to sit here and do cake math with you. He trailed off, his gaze drifting up and to one side as he silently counted on his fingers. As a unit, Terry and Miranda rolled their eyes. Seeming to realize his mistake, Cove dropped his hands. Anyway, they're right about the break, Blake. You can leave the rest to me, okay? Oh? At this, Miranda pulled up a chair next to yours and sat down. Leave it all to you, Cove? That's so nice. Huh? Wow, thanks for offering, buddy. It's been such a long day after all. Terry stretched wide and made a ridiculous exaggerated yawning sound before plopping down onto Miranda's lap and putting an arm around her shoulder. They both grinned at Cove with all their teeth. I didn't mean that. Oh, leave him alone. Tell him just kidding. Tell him psych right now. He did offer, but he offered for me, not for everybody. Look at him, little wobble frown. He may actually burst into tears. Y'all tell him you were joking. Stifling a laugh, you got up to leave. Your friends were probably right. You needed to give the wedding work a rest. You had other things on your mind anyway. Are we gonna call a bitch out? I think we're gonna call a bitch out, and I'm so fucking ready. Let's go. You patted Cove sympathetically on the shoulder as you headed for the far end of the wedding hall, in the direction of a certain someone. For the past half hour or so, Baxter had visibly struggled to stay preoccupied. Almost nobody remained for him to give instructions to. There were no more chairs to stack or tables to clear. By now, he'd resorted to standing with his back turned and his arms folded, gazing out over the city through the enormous windows and trying his best to look deep in thought. You weren't fooled, though. It was about time you put him out of his misery. You approached from behind and softly called his name. Baxter. He stiffened at the sound, shoulders tensing. For a few seconds, he was frozen. Then, all at once, Baxter spun around to face you, that perennial smile fixed firmly in place. Oh, good evening again, Blake. Is everything all right with the cleanup? It's going fine. The others are handling the last couple of things. I see. It's good everything is in hand with respect to the tidying up. You've been a great help. That didn't bode well. Baxter was as amicable as ever, but his body language was closed off. His tone light in a way you'd long ago learned was his way of establishing a sense of distance. You inched a little closer, expressing your intent to stay right where you were. This conversation wasn't over with a pleasantry. The slight hunch returned to his shoulders. Well, since I have you for a minute, I wanted to mention it earlier, but there wasn't a convenient moment. Your outfit. You look wonderful, Blake. You really do pull off a suit like few people I've met. Though, I guess it shouldn't be a surprise at this point. It was true years ago, and it is even more so now. He was talking quickly, his eyes never seeming to settle in one place for long. In spite of all the compliments, you found that it all washed over you, without making much of an impression. More than anything, you were disappointed. Baxter was deflecting, and doing so in the only way he knew how. It might have been funny to you, once. Ahem. I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you'd appreciate a chance to rest after a tiring week. Before you could react, he was stepping away from the window. In an instant, he was in line with you. In another, he had passed. You knew how this whole song and dance went. He led you through it once before. You tried your hardest, but if Baxter wasn't willing to meet you halfway, then there was nothing to be done. He decided to walk out on you yet again, step by measured step. God damn it, Baxter. Not this shit again. And then you heard a long, drawn-out exhale. Baxter had stopped after a few paces, his back to you. You saw a hand come up to pinch the bridge of his nose. Baxter turned slightly, glancing over his shoulder so his gaze met yours. You didn't say anything. You didn't dare to. Like he was a wild animal at risk of being spooked. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and breathed, in and out. You blinked, and then he was coming back in your direction, his face set in a determined expression. He stopped a few feet from where you stood, the heels of his dress shoes snapping together. I'm sorry, Blake. You must think I'm avoiding you deliberately. You made a kind of hybrid shrugging, nodding gesture to indicate that, yeah, you'd gotten that feeling. It was hard to miss. He made a noise that was one part laugh, another part sigh. Of course I am. My hope was that you wouldn't notice. What you what you don't know won't hurt you and all that. You folded your arms and leveled an unimpressed stare. I'm sorry. It was not my best idea. And since that plan is dashed, I wouldn't want you to get the wrong impression about why. It isn't your fault, and I haven't forgotten everything that happened last night. It's only this highly specific situation that has reawakened my ridiculousness, you might say. What about it? Baxter silently stared over the expansive city for a while, as if collecting his thoughts. Then he finally spoke to you, really spoke to you, as two people who knew each other with no pretenses in between. It's been hard not to feel nostalgic this past week. We've had quite a stroll down memory lane, some by happenstance, sometimes because I went out of my way to do so. I have fond memories of those days in Sunset Bird, treasured memories. Like most treasures, they're things to be taken out and admired from time to time and then put away again. Though some are too delicate for even that, they should never be touched. He was talking mostly to his shoes. His hands had snuck into his pockets in an uncharacteristically timid gesture. This evening is a reprise of something I never wished to relive. His voice was soft, plaintive. There was an ache in it. That party was wonderful. The summer soiree. Oh, he remembered it too. It had been so long since I'd known what it was like to be included, to be around people who will refuse to let you be left out, no matter how hard you try to weasel out of it. Terry, Miranda, and Cove were too kind, but it was your gestures specifically that are at the heart of this matter. He laughed then, a nervous, gasping thing, and pressed a hand instinctively to his chest. Here's the truth. If you didn't ask me to dance again, in the after hours of another event we helped create like you did then, it would have broken my heart. That would mean definitively that I lost what we had. Baxter's tone shook. His hand dropped to his side where it balled into a fist. The air around you was very still. But if you did ask, it would be more painful, because that would mean. Baxter struggled to put his deepest feeling to words. The first attempt died off, but he squared his shoulders and forced himself to get it out. That would mean, even after everything, you hadn't let me go, that you accepted me still. That you always would have, that I should have believed that all along, that the only thing I've done was hurt you and myself of my own accord. There was a pain in his words that shocked you to hear. Though by now you would never have made the mistake of thinking he lacked emotion, Baxter still so rarely displayed this kind of naked vulnerability. Baxter tucked his face away from you. It's horrible. I didn't want to know one way or the other. I'm fairly pathetic, you understand. That truly was the core of it. Baxter couldn't let himself be happy no matter what. He was scared to hope and too ashamed of himself to try. Baxter, I came here to ask you to dance. There's no music. The response came out as nothing more than a defeated whisper. There was a faint sheen to his eyes. And yet Baxter raised his left hand with the palm turned up in a familiar gesture. You cautiously placed your hand atop his. His fingers were cooler to the touch than you expected. Slowly, with gentle care, you began to lead Baxter into a dance. It was hardly a brilliant display of artistry, more sophisticated sway than anything else. You traced out the sides of a square, lilting in time to an imagined beat. His shoes clicked against the empty dance floor, the only sound to be heard beside the omnipresent whisper of the air conditioner. You didn't say anything more. Your mind was lost in memory. That and the sensation of proximity. It was easy to forget how intense the fact of being mere inches away from another human could be. This person in particular. The complex, minute variations in eye shade you only ever noticed up close. A rich brown, warm as the earth, and the delicate curl of the eyelashes. Baxter adjusted his posture stiffly, and it was only then that you became aware of the fact you'd been staring even more intently than the circumstances demanded. It would have been worrying, if not for the rosy tint creeping into his complexion. He wasn't upset by the attention. After a few quiet revolutions, he found more he wanted to tell you. You've always been understanding, Blake. Excessively so, even. When I look back on that summer in Sunset Bird, I'm stunned by the way I prioritized myself above all else. And yet here I am, making that same mistake. From the moment you walked into that restaurant, my actions were nothing but self-preservation and damage control, and occasionally reminiscing to an extent I was pleased with. Yes, I had a professional commitment, not to let personal matters impede the work that needed to be done, but my distancing went far beyond that. In the end, I was using their marriage as an excuse. If not for that, then there would have been something else, some trivial reason for keeping you at arm's length. That likely doesn't shock you. Not I've had. Yeah, I sort of worked out what was going on. That was going on. I should have done better by you. Jude and Scott as well. Baxter's eyebrows lifted in the middle, a pented expression. But if you can still believe me, I hadn't intended for my behavior today to be quite as cruel as it must have come across. Your ears perked. You couldn't guess where this was going now. In the past, I spent every moment around other people thinking of the limited span of our acquaintance, as if I wasn't seeing them at all, only the imminent departure. Our arrangements fell in line with that. A clear time frame, limited from the outset, predetermined rules set in stone. It was that way 5 years ago. It was that way now. We'd cooperate for a short period in service of Scott and Jude's wedding, and that would be that. I've said as much myself, more than once. The problem is, as I only recently realized. He leaned in a little closer, his voice dipping in volume, letting you in on a secret. I forgot about that. Huh? Seeing the open incredulity on your face, Baxter gave a dry chuckle. You see, I thought completely and earnestly that I didn't need to speak with you now, here, when I was feeling so sensitive. We could simply pick up where we left off later tonight or tomorrow. The fact that we no longer had a reason to interact didn't come up as part of the consideration. What? You thought we would just, it would just begun? It'd be gone, it'd be, we would just, it'd be fine? This entire time you'd agonized over the idea that after this wedding he'd cut you off, and Baxter was there already imagining what the two of you might be doing next Tuesday. God damn it, Baxter, you're such a pain in the ass, guy. I know. Who'd have guessed it was possible to retain a connection with someone, even with no limited set of circumstances to support it? Baxter laughed once, and it was real, but then he returned to utmost seriousness. I'm not going to simply vanish. Not again. I apologize for how stressful this was. I apologize for everything I've ever done to you. It's a little hard to approach what I've sowed over the years. So many mistakes. And even now, when I hope to make things right, to make things last, I'm forced to admit that I'm ignoring the reality of the situation. Baxter shook his head ruefully. This doesn't come down to what I want at all. I don't have the right to put myself before you. I never did. Sorry, I know I'm rambling. The point is, if this is going to continue the way I've been silently picturing, I can't be shallow company. It was getting harder and harder to listen to Baxter talk about himself this way. Again, you recalled your shared history, an evening spent listening to him pour his heart out over your dining room table. You wanted to interject, to contradict him. Regrets were one thing, but maybe he was taking the self-critique a little far. There was one thing that stopped you in your tracks, however, the words sticking in your throat. Right now, Baxter was being utterly sincere. He'd thought long and hard about this, and so, despite your misgivings, you held your tongue and waited. And on that front, there's some of my own advice I should have followed a long time ago. Which I should have followed a long time ago. When the time comes, don't pull away. You'll only regret it later. The words were out before you even noticed, the scene echoing in the back of your mind as you said it. Baxter blinked, startled. Then his features softened for the first time since you'd approached him. Exactly. How apt that was. Though honestly, I can't believe I had the audacity to say such a thing to another person, even if they were a fictional character. Still, in my own ignorance, I had a point. My 19-year-old self had a few ideas worth keeping. And he had people he should have held on to as well. Baxter squared his jaw and dipped his chin, drawing himself up and looking at you full in the face. So, there you have it. I would like to become your friend, or remain your friend. Today, tomorrow, a month from now, a year from now, as long as you want. I love him! His heart's desire was made physically manifest by the way he held your hand like he would never let it go. No more running away. I'll listen to whatever you have to say to me, even if it's difficult to hear. His mouth pulled up in a bashful little semi-smile, his posture open and vulnerable. There was an earnest, almost childlike aura of hope about him. As Baxter patiently awaited your response, you mentally scrambled to make sense of how you felt. There was a lightness to everything suddenly. Your whole body felt tingly. You had done it. Somehow you'd reconnected with the man you thought you lost for good. And he wanted to be friends? That was amazing, but you wanted something other than friendship. You had to tell him. You were entranced by his dark, unwavering eyes. There, he was there. Baxter was actually right in front of you. You could feel him. The warmth of his hand radiated in your palm like you'd gathered the last ember from a fireplace. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Appreciate it. We're also going to take a bathroom break here, probably. But I want to keep going first. Been waiting for this shit for real. Your heart squeezed painfully tight. It needed to be smaller to push its way into your throat. More than anyone else, Baxter had been an ethereal part of your presence in your life. From the very first time he appeared before you, when you didn't even know it. He was a mysterious stranger in the midst of a private event at the Caprice. It was a memory that lingered in your mind, skirting between clarity and a dreamlike vision, but never truly forgotten. Though you couldn't say you had recognized who that boy grew into when he suddenly appeared on your own neighborhood street. The summer of 2016 was more than you could have imagined, all because of him. In the few months you'd spent together then, a delicate relationship had blossomed between you. But you had to accept how impermanent the fragile connection actually was, how inevitably it'd be severed. There was no holding on to your suitor for a season. He fell away from you as naturally as a leaf fluttered off its branch in the fall. His cycle of being lost and found before letting go continued in an endless loop miles away from you. Your life kept going in its own direction for 5 whole years. Yet the affection you'd nurtured never died out. It had gone dormant for a long winter, ready to burst back to life if the cold passed. Seasons were meant to come and go, but there was no guarantee summer would come again for you and him. Your paths had no reason to cross. Except they did, again. You were given a third chance. The young man at a party for a single event. The tourist for one summer. The planner for a wedding. Baxter Ward. This time he was reaching out to you. This time he could stay. He'd changed. What about you? You could keep hold if you tried. The man himself, in the present, was waiting cordially as you sorted through your many thoughts. Cracks of anxiety had formed at the corners of his mouth and the creases of his eyes. The more the silence stretched, the more Baxter slipped into his forced professional pleasantness. Against his core nature, he'd been vulnerable. What you might say in response to that was eating away at him. Baxter was important to you, more than he believed. That's what made you pause. Since meeting again, the charm and excitement you'd felt in younger years had grown into an irreplaceable love. Okay, I hate to pause it here on such a high note, but I got to pee again, so I will be back in a moment. It'll probably be another bathroom break, another water refill, and then hopefully we'll see this out to the end. I will be right back, friends. how we feeling? How we doing? Bathroom break has been had. Water has been refilled. I was gonna say, they're so cute. I love them. I fucking adore this. I can't. Okay, let's get back to Baxter and his hot mess bullshit real quick. You'd reaffirmed your decision. This was your moment, and you would take it. The wedding was over. It was done. You didn't have to hold back for the sake of avoiding complications for Scott and Jude. That was what you'd been waiting on, and you wouldn't wait a minute longer. Besides, he asked you out the first time. It was only fair that you do it the second go around. Yes, this. Hey Baxter, could I consider all the time we've spent together a date? 'Cause it kinda seems a lot like dating to me. He's so bright fucking red. Oh no, what have we done to this poor man? That shit was fucking worth it though. You'd said it. He'd heard it. There was no going back. Hmm? A beat passed, then another. Baxter didn't do anything else after the initial utterance, except look at you with sharp-eyed incredulousness. He was giving you all the time you needed to come to your senses and pretend that didn't happen. Typical Baxter. But no matter how long he hedged, this wasn't going away. Playfully swept Baxter into another dance. Ah, Blake. The former competitive dancer stumbled along. He couldn't quite get his footing while you led him in wide swirls across the empty floor. I meant what I said, Baxter. The point was made. You'd kindly pressured Baxter against his will into saying more than 2 words about it. Forgive me for asking an impolite question, but what could I possibly have done? Not a hint of his usual weariness or teasing sarcasm colored the words. It was a flat-out request for understanding. I'm aware that you have always been especially understanding of my decision-making and how poor it is. But why would that translate to this? His tone had become icy. Hints of the person Baxter was 5 years ago were resurfacing. The hesitancy to attach too strongly, the disbelief that he had a right to do so. Honestly, you weren't upset at it, or upset at or surprised by his instinctive response to romantic overtures. You'd known him too long for that. Did he even realize how hard he was grasping your hand? It was almost painful. It's because I understand you. You didn't have to do anything other than be who you are. No one else is you, and there is no one who could replace you. His chest rose and fell shakily. He couldn't look at you any longer and turned his face away. Baxter wasn't willing to say you were wrong or a liar, but neither could he agree with the conclusion. It was a bad idea. You were making a mistake. Those were the thoughts you guessed he was keeping to himself. A change of approach might be helpful there. You wanted Baxter to embrace the love you had for him. But that didn't have to be the first step. Will you at least let me know what I mean to you? Whether we're together or not, I just want to know that much. Slowly, only out of the corner of his eyes, Baxter surveyed you critically. How inconsiderate, asking me that. You are aware, likely more than anyone else, what a difficult question it is. Yes, I do, but I'm saying it anyway. While you wanted to hold on, Baxter took that as his cue to release his clutch on your hand. Fine. I'll answer both what I feel and what I might do about that. It's only proper after you've gone to so much effort. But first, I need to give a few, prefaces. Okay, I'm listening. Donning an aloof expression, Baxter pulled at the fitted cuff of his formal shirt. I can't stand doing anything in the morning, even if I can pretend to for clients. I don't care. Baxter's guarded stance quirked briefly. Then he continued matter-of-factly. I can't afford elaborate trips these days, and my only remaining social contacts are limited to the wedding industry, not performance theater or owners of fancy cars or the like. I don't care. In that case, your commitment changed his demeanor for the worst. Stoicism gave way to despondence. He threw out his hands in defeat. Blake, I've never been a good partner, even a good friend, to anyone in my life. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't care. No matter how many of these considerations he laid out, it was never going to change how important he was to you. You could have reassured him all day, but then a glint of life flickered in his features. Baxter's lips tugged into a hopeful smirk. You should also know I'm not one for flings anymore. Are you entirely positive you want to go down this route with me? It might not be as fun or as easy or as short as you're picturing. As a wise man once said, in for a penny, in for a pound. It's your turn, Baxter. Full of determination, you repeated the questions he promised to face. Do you want this to happen? Do you care for me? Baxter watched you quietly, carefully, noting each and every line in your expression and bend in your stance. He was nothing if not attuned to the finer details. Then, with the flick of his wrist, you had your answer. In a word, yes. Wait, did he agree? Just like that? As soon as you questioned it, the instant you were taken aback, Baxter grinned wolfishly. Baxter wasn't pushed onto the back foot any longer. In a few more, absolutely, mixed Thrasher. I'm in love with you. I didn't stop wanting to be with you. Your jaw dropped at that change in tune. He remained amused. Now, I won't belabor my objections on your taste in men. That's not what you want to hear. This comes down to what I think. And that was never actually a question, as I suspect you knew. When I left 5 years ago, that didn't make me happy. When I kept you at arm's length after meeting again, I was unhappy still. If it doesn't need to be that way, if I was wrong, then I don't know, honestly. I've never considered it a viable option until moments ago. But I do know what would make me happy in an ideal world. It's you. Baxter gave a bow that was somehow both earnestly deferential and jokingly self-mocking. He knew he was being ridiculous, and you did too. Yet Baxter wouldn't be himself without his flair for the absurd. I certainly hope that is acceptable. Is there anything else I can help you with today? I'm gonna fucking kill him. That's what I'm gonna do. Also, thank you for the hydration reminder. I'm gonna square up with this man, so help me. It's on fucking sight, bro. You kissed him. You hadn't caught him by surprise. The response was immediate. Baxter pressed into the kiss, into you, as much as his restrictive uniform would allow. You should have expected his reaction, for as fast as he cooled, Baxter could heat up even quicker given the proper motivation. It was the first time you'd touched him that way. No other chance had been perfectly right. This was. Then Baxter pulled away to speak, still grinning, now panting. Should I take that as a yes? He's such a jackass, I can't. You should. There are many things we can both still do. Duly noted. I can make that work. Sheesh, took you long enough. Baxter slipped his hand into yours once more to finish the dance started long ago. The two of you were in sync then. Your pace increased in time with one another as you took turns leading the other around the floor that remained all yours. Baxter tilted his head, a humorous thought coming to mind. He was kind enough to share it. Nothing needed to be held back anymore. Of course, proposing during a wedding is an absolute no-no. Deciding to date after the event is already concluded should avoid the faux pas. I'm sure the grooms can find it in their hearts to forgive us. Very true. Your romp ended with a grandiose twirl under the golden lights of the setting sun, striking right through the ceiling-length windows. An ideal backdrop for your private performance. You tried to catch your breath from, well, everything, but that wasn't an easy task, considering you were laughing gleefully all the while. Baxter released your hand. He didn't need it since the dance was over, though he found plenty of reasons to keep you close in a gentle embrace. Thank you, Blake. You are very kind, to me most especially. This right here, this face, this little blushy guy, that is what all of this fucking bullshit was for, bro. That's what I've been waiting on. That is my bread and fucking butter. I can't. Him just so fucking cute. I love him. His brown eyes were warm and inviting, an autumn beauty that made its way into your summer by luck, or chance, or fate. Always feeling out of place, Baxter kept slipping away. Now that would change. Seeing his face, it was undeniable. He wasn't some stranger there to do a hired gig, or even your old fling you happened to be reunited with. He was particular and proper, distant and difficult, shameless and smug, and Baxter Ward was yours. It seems our story has a happy ending after all. That's quite the surprise. Hmm? Yeah, we've come a long way. After 5 years apart and a stubborn insistence to maintain that distance on Baxter's part, the two of you could stay together. You were so grateful. How could you ever need anything more? Well, my charming partner, I have a proposition for you. Or maybe not. More might be on the table after all. Oh, what is it? Having your rapt attention bolstered his already impressive boldness. If I'm recalling this correctly, now that Jude and Scott are leaving on their honeymoon, you will be alone in their home. That sounds fairly dull, not to mention inconvenient. I would be delighted to have you come over to my apartment for the remainder of this trip. You're asking me to stay with you? I am. Again, there's no reason to waste time, and I would be a heartless lover to not even offer. Stunning. You really could never underestimate what Baxter would pull out of his tailored sleeves. Though, if that would be too much, I won't be insulted. Staying one night doesn't require you to stay for longer. I love him. Getting more personal time with Baxter before you had to go, or sitting by yourself in the Adams guest room. The decision made itself. Sounds nice, Baxter. I'd really appreciate that. He was thrilled, and so were you. Everything was positively ideal. Excellent. In that case, it's all almost settled. Huh? Almost? Yes, it's not finished yet. We are going to have to meet with our audience at some point. Our audience? Your gaze traveled off to the side in a matching motion to Baxter. Miranda, Terry, and Cove were still crowded around the tables, except rather than getting any work done, they were watching the two of you like it was the latest daytime soaps. Oh yeah, my friends are sitting right there. That's fucking awkward as fuck. You know what? They were gonna find out eventually anyway. I guess let's just save some news to be delivered. Oh, I forgot about them. Honestly, though, I was so wrapped up in Baxter's bullshit and calling him the fuck out. So, it wasn't exactly a private show. Baxter chuckled. Why would a little thing like having one of the most emotional interactions in life being a public event bother him? Well, it would have been a big problem if things had ended badly. Since it didn't, he was unstoppable. And the momentary distraction that stole your attention away from Baxter was over after a touch. He slipped his fingers in between yours to establish his presence at the forefront of your mind once more. You approached the gang hand in hand. They continued to gawk even after you'd become distinctly aware of their impropriety. When you reached their part of the room, Baxter offered a cordial greeting. He inclined his head along with the words, "A marvelous evening to you, friends." Yeah. Uh-huh. They're fucking shook. More awkward silence. The three of them glanced between one another, their expressions uncomfortably pulled wide and tall. So, you're dating again? Baxter, however, needed no interlude for his response. It came without hesitation. Excellent deduction, Terry. That is correct. Cove gaped like one of his beloved fish. You're dating Baxter again? Okay, everybody needs to calm down and remember that he's charming as hell. This is not my fault. I cannot be held responsible here. Look at him. It's not my fault. It's completely out of my hands, really. This was giving you flashbacks to the last time you told people you'd started dating Mr. Ward. No one ever seemed to believe it. Why? Baxter was so wonderful. He had some questionable qualities, sure, but that didn't change his incredible appeal. That was a hill you'd die on. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to have a serious long-term relationship, but neither of us want to be apart anymore. Wow, congratulations. That's amazing. Miranda beat all the others to the punch in terms of showing excitement. However, she wasn't the last. Terry literally bopped you and Baxter on the arms in his cheer. Welcome back for good, B-Man. You're never getting rid of us now. Baxter rubbed small circles into where he'd been struck. The nudge couldn't possibly have hurt. You'd felt how harmless it was. Maybe he was worried about wrinkles. I think that warning applies more to the rest of you about me. I'm not leaving, no matter how many seasons come and go, but thank you. Cove's distinctive wavy brows stayed pinched. To say he doubted that would be an ocean-sized understatement. Okay, well, just don't be terrible. I want Blake to be happy. Of course, I appreciate your openness to the idea. Well, that was still a work in progress, clearly. You weren't worried. Cove had struggled to talk to Baxter even before he vanished for half a decade. You could give him time to get used to it. Both those men were going to be a big part of your life going forward, and at least Cove was willing to be civil. Your friends accepted your judgment and your new boyfriend, and that was something to celebrate. Thanks, that means a lot. It was a good time to mention the next little piece of news, too. Also, I'm gonna stay with Baxter for a while. Baxter laughed at your direct explanation. He placed a hand on his head and nodded confidently. That's right. I invited Blake to be a guest at my apartment since Jude and Scott have left on their honeymoon. Everyone's just shook all over again. Oopsies. Their fucking faces, I can't. That way, they don't have to be there alone during the rest of their stay in the area. Also, because I would simply enjoy having their company. All ready with that? Terry cracked a smile and gave Miranda a nudging elbow as she needed to get a look at this. Then he whistled. I don't know how he does it, but the man has done it. He whistled, louder this time, and Miranda slapped a hand across her mouth. She spun away from the group. It was still obvious by the way her shoulders were shaking that she was laughing. But really, how did you do it? To be honest, I'm not quite sure how either, though I imagine it has more to do with Blake's generosity and kindness than any quality I possess. Terry and Miranda exchanged a silent grin with one another, and then shared it with you. Somehow you'd managed to defy the odds. It was a marvel to everyone standing there that everything had worked out. Working as a team, those left in the venue carried piles of boxes and bags into the elevator and down to Terry's van. It took a few trips, a couple of high fives, one dive for the elevator doors, and many silly comments, and it was done. Then came the final puzzle, fitting it all into the vehicle. After some creative arrangement work inside the trunk, what remained of the wedding had been safely packed away. Together with Terry and Cove, you squished the trunk doors shut and pressed. When you heard it click into position, the three of you slumped forward and sighed wearily. Terry spun on his heel and wiped his forehead with another of his exaggerated displays of exhaustion. Phew, another successful party in the bag. Terry moved to Miranda's side and hooked his arm around her shoulders. He playfully pulled her in close. We're professionals at this point. Miranda rolled her eyes, but nothing could derail her unmistakable delight in her boyfriend's proclamation. She lightly patted his hand on her shoulder. Terry, Baxter is a professional. Did you forget? No, that only proves my point. We're doing the same work. Miranda giggled and simply accepted Terry's argument. She shook her head as she calmed down. None of this would have been possible without any of you. We did a great thing for my family. Thank you so much. Miranda sniffled and blinked, trying to keep the tears away. I think the wedding was great. You did a really good job. Terry nodded solemnly and gently rubbed the side of Miranda's arm. Baxter watched over the group, smiling earnestly. Despite all the talk about being professionals, it was the least businesslike Baxter had acted around them in 5 years. Likewise, your efforts were impressive. I'm never planning a wedding ever again. Deflating against the van, you emitted an exaggerated groan. That declaration earned a couple of snorts and a few twisting grins from your friends. You'd taken after Terry. Think of it this way. You're retiring on a high note. Today was a blast. Yeah, and unforgettable. Jude and Scott loved your controller cake. I suppose you'll have to leave it to the professionals next time. Good thing we know a guy, huh? Yes, you do. On that note, the wedding was officially done. There was no reason for any of you to return to the empty event room, and tomorrow strangely lacked any important appointments. There wasn't a single reason remaining for you to set foot in Baxter's office anytime soon. It was entirely at an end. The only traces of what originally brought the 5 of you back together had been unceremoniously stuffed into the van. It was unintentional, but you stood there for a moment of silence until Baxter used that opening to clear his throat. Since we're gathered here and there's no longer a wedding to fuss over planning anymore, I must use this opportunity to properly apologize to the rest of you. Baxter threaded his fingers through his hair and faced the uncertainty staring back at him. Not to beat around the bush, I treated your friendship and the time we spent together inconsiderately. I decided things for you and about you without letting you have a say in it. I was wrong to do that. It was unfair, and I'm sorry. His sincerity left the 3 unable to react, at first anyway. Gradually, the words sunk in, and your friend's attention flickered between you and him. The corners of Terry's mouth tugged into a satisfied smile. He proudly raised his chin and bumped his fist into Baxter's shoulder. I always knew you had it in you. Better late than never, B-Man. Miranda bashfully wrapped a stray curl around her finger and hummed in agreement. There's no reason why we need to forgive you anymore. Exactly, so don't worry. It's all water under the bridge now. Sure, forget it. We can start over. Finally, Baxter's lips parted and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. The weight of his worries visibly lifted free. How long was he wanting to do that? Years, you imagined, anxiously picturing the possible directions that conversation could have gone. I appreciate the understanding. Again. Yep, we're understanding people. Alrighty, so... Terry clapped and then pointed at the van. Miranda and Cove nodded, understanding what that cue meant. Some of us are still gonna have to unpack this mess. We gotta get out of here, right, Randy? Uh-huh, sorry. No, please, go on. Short goodbyes were traded, then Terry, Miranda, and Cove tiredly slid into the van. Somehow, Mr. Holden had convinced Cove to stay in his old bedroom, despite it being turned into a makeshift storage container, and the others were going to drop him off on their way. You'd encouraged him to do it, even though he would have been happy to join you in the Adams house. Cove rolled down his window and propped himself on his elbow. He waved you closer. By the way, it's gonna be a busy day for me tomorrow. Me and my dad, you know. Terry leaned back in his seat and tried to spot you through the back window. When he couldn't see past Cove's body, he opted to yell his comment. Randy and I are working. If things go well, you're gonna have time to yourself after all this. Thanks. After that, sleepy promises to see each other soon were shared. And then, at long last, everyone went on their way for the night. There was one final pit stop left before you could return to Baxter's place in the city and rest, Jude and Scott's house. The suburbs were calling you to come and collect your clothes. Baxter used the moment alone to check if you were truly all right with your friends being aware of the relationship. You reassured him everyone and anyone could know. During the drive, you sent them a text to let them know how your plans had changed. The newlyweds responded quickly, and they were thrilled to hear that you would have company while you were still in the area. While they never outright said it, you got the impression over the last few days that they had been feeling guilty. Honeymoon or not, leaving a houseguest behind just didn't sit right with either of them. Their thoughtfulness and concern were appreciated, but now the lot of you could breathe easy. Before putting your phone away, you sent off one last text wishing them well and safe travels on their honeymoon. I love them. They're so fucking cute. They replied instantly and thanked you for helping to give them one of the best days of their lives. When you reached the house, Baxter parked the car and followed you out. In seconds, you'd unlocked the front door with the handy spare key you'd been gifted and let him inside. It struck an odd note observing how silent the house was without Jude or Scott to fill the space. You were newly relieved to not be there by yourself. Though it kind of sucked to have to pack up so soon after cleaning the event room, there was a growing anticipation in your gut that spurred you on. There was no way of knowing what to expect from temporarily moving yourself in with Baxter, but you were optimistic. Peeking past your shoulder, you spotted Baxter in the doorway. He was graciously waiting on standby, and once you were ready, he stepped in and helped you carry your bags to his car. Not once did he utter a single complaint, but fortunately you also hadn't brought nearly as much as an entire wedding's worth of things. Between the two of you, it didn't take as long as it took to pack Terry's van, and then you were ready to go, again. But you did one more sweep of the house to make sure everything was in check, nothing was left on, and you locked the door. Then the two of you were on your way once more. From there, Baxter brought you to his apartment for a second time and pushed the door open. He flipped a nearby light switch on, and together you went inside. Naturally, you weren't nearly as out of place as before. Baxter wanted you there, and that invitation made a huge difference. Sighing drowsily, your body knew there was nothing left to worry about. You could finally rest. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Appreciate it. Baxter seemed equally ready to collapse at the end of a long, long chain of stressful challenges. Well now. He exhaled deeply, and despite his weary demeanor, Baxter offered you an amiable smile. Are you ready to get settled in? We can bring the bags into your room. Then you'd be free to get changed into something more comfortable, or to pass out. Anything you wish. For a moment, you found yourself caught on his choice of words declaring the guest room as plainly yours. It was wonderful, but also almost far-fetched to believe that you held a concrete place within Baxter's world. That's a great idea. After the busy day you had, you were more than ready to put on something infinitely more comfortable. Wonderful. Baxter rubbed the side of his neck and yawned. He took a pause to get his sore body moving again, and at some point, his thoughts wandered off elsewhere. Ah, yes. He glanced roughly in the direction of his bedroom and sighed. Crossing your arms, you tilted your head curiously. What's wrong? I was recalling the state of my own room, and I'm fairly certain it's a mess thanks to the debacle this morning. So, nothing important. I'm not eager to tackle that tonight. It's a problem I'll deal with at a later date. I'm good at that, aren't I? His usual self-derisive jabbing had all the bite taken out of it. He smirked with honest amusement. Pretty good. It was kind of funny, which was wild. Then Baxter brushed that thought off and returned his attention to the present task. He helped you carry your bags. I'll come back to the living room once I'm finished getting out of this uniform. Feel free to change and decompress at your own leisure. You answered with a content but sleepy hum and followed Baxter to the guest room. Once your bags were safely inside, he cleared his throat. Please excuse me for now. After that, he swiftly exited the room. For the first time in a long while, watching him go didn't strike an odd chord. The two of you would talk later, and you knew that for a fact. The apartment wasn't that big, so there wasn't a chance that you could miss each other. In the meantime, you began unpacking and arranging your things in this new space. There was no rush, but the small changes were comforting. Later, when you showered and dressed much more comfortably in your sleepwear, you found yourself wandering into the living room. There you spotted Baxter, leaning over the counter in the kitchen. You had a sudden realization. Despite spending the previous night in the same place, you never had caught a glimpse of what Baxter wore to bed. All you saw was the sight of his leafy underwear. Baxter remained obscured behind the furniture and perused something on his phone with a creased brow. You wondered if there was some wrap-up still needed for the contractors that worked on the wedding. Before you could ask, Baxter joyfully abandoned his phone on the counter because of your arrival. He straightened his back to his full height. And you got the best view of what he was wearing. White silk jammies with shiny black trim. On his feet, a pair of zebra-striped fuzzy slippers. 10 out of fucking 10. Ah, Blake, hello again. He unconsciously smoothed the front of his shirt, but froze the second he touched the silky material. The corner of his mouth quirked. I'm pleased to see you're seeming relaxed after the day we had. I am aware of how this looks with the, limited color scheme of my attire. I kindly ask you not to laugh. I feel like I have to. Baxter, I'm sorry. You laughed. Slapping a hand to the countertop, you leaned heavily on it for support and rocked forward on your feet. Not once had you ever believed that Baxter outgrew his penchant for black and white. At this point, his defense was comical and tissue paper thin. This was a personal stylistic choice, and he couldn't explain that away. All right, go on. You wiped your face with your sleeve, but the only thing that did was give you another view of his adorable slippers. That restarted your hysterics and had you gasping for air. Baxter covered his mouth and momentarily tried to turn away. He instantly failed to hide his own amusement. Even he thinks his goddamn, if even he's fucking grinning at his own fucking pajamas, I never stood a chance, bro. Oh, fine, I confess. I haven't outgrown the aesthetic as much as I claim. Black and white remains my preferred color scheme. And all my pajamas are these colors, so you're bound to put all the puzzle pieces together. Chuckling, your cheeks began to ache. Baxter crossed his arms, but his expression remained fond. I only wished to indulge in my habits in a private manner. It'll be our secret then. Baxter's mouth opened, but his phone buzzed before he could speak. This fucking guy. Is that work? It shouldn't be. Baxter reached over the counter and checked. His playfulness quickly vanished, and his smile strained. Who the hell's calling you that has you so stressed? Regrettably, no. Not work. This should be significantly more painful. What the hell is he on about? His voice fell to a hushed whisper. Then he reached for the phone. Hello, Xavier. He muttered the name like his own personal arch-nemesis. You recognized it immediately. Xavier was the baker, and Baxter's work acquaintance, who considered him a friend regardless. That put the reason for the night call and Baxter's words into a much better context. Baxter lightly tapped the screen and set the phone on speaker. Hi, sorry to call so late. I wanted to check in on how the wedding went, and on you now that it's done. Are you holding up all right? Baxter's gaze landed on you. The day you met Xavier, Baxter was still trying to push you away as quickly and professionally as he could. It was incredible how everything had changed. That's so considerate. Yes, I would say I'm doing quite well. Hi, Xavier. Thanks for checking in. Hi. Wait. Who is the... They stopped mid-word, and the line went silent. After the seconds stretched on, you stared at Baxter. He offered a casual shrug, and that was it. He was far too amused by them being the one caught off guard. Blake, right? That's who you are? Uh-huh, you got it. Yes, I thought so. I certainly thought so. Hi, Blake. The tone in Xavier's voice shifted smugly. You watched a small crease form in Baxter's brow. So, Blake's still in your presence, Baxter? Yes, they are. Even though the wedding is finished? Oh no. Yes. Well. Xavier huffed confidently, as if their designs had all gone to plan, despite them not having any part of it. That's lovely. I'm truly happy to hear that, Baxter. I'm sure you are. I also invited Blake to stay at my apartment for the remainder of their trip. They're rooming at your apartment? Didn't you swear up and down that you were, I quote, never going to associate with them after the wedding? Baxter met your eye for a split second and found himself staring at the ceiling. He tapped at the counter, smiling wearily. Yes, in both matters. I do not understand what's going on with you two. Neither you nor Baxter knew what to say next. Xavier's plain words hung there in the air until they let you both off the hook. We should get together before Blake leaves. You did mention that before. I know, I meant it then. I mean it now. Baxter sighed quietly and brushed his hand through his hair. Things never really went his way, interpersonal relationship-wise. Does tomorrow work? We can grab some coffee. Ah. Baxter hesitated and checked your face for an answer. You moved to speak, but he remembered he was supposed to be good at managing people. Please hold. Not please hold. He automatically used his customer service voice and clicked the screen, putting the call on mute. Baxter carefully rested the phone face down. He breathed in deep and then slowly exhaled. Baxter wore a tired smile. I apologize. I should have anticipated that Xavier would follow through on that threat or request. Actually, I did have something in mind for tomorrow. I gotta go see my mom's. Of course, you've been busy with wedding preparation. Tomorrow was finally a free day. Right. I haven't seen my mom since I got here. They've been waiting for me to come home and visit. That's a wonderful plan. I can drive you to Sunset Bird in the morning, and you can spend some quality time with your parents. They must be eager to see you. Nodding, you were curious about how your day was shaping up for tomorrow. Baxter's return to the neighborhood would be a massive surprise. Don't worry, I'll stay out of your way once you're there. Perhaps I'll accept that coffee with Xavier. What? You wouldn't be in the way. They've been so patient. I can't intrude on a special visit like that. Baxter, it's really nothing that special. We'd be dropping by to say hello and check in. He ruffled his hair and caused several pieces to stick out oddly in his frustration. His mouth pressed into a fine line. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. It's always my first response. He straightened himself out properly before speaking to you again. In the spirit of being truthful about my feelings, even when they're not ideal, I'll admit it. I'm nervous to meet your mothers again. Oh, not him being nervy, my heart. I'm not exactly thrilled to see what would happen if I appeared in front of them. I doubt they've forgotten anything. I made a terrible impression on them, didn't I? That's fair, but you can't avoid them forever. That's not the strategy that works, remember? He rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged. Baxter seemed to be relieved you were at least able to understand one another. Old habits die hard. Still, you should come with me. They thought you were pretty interesting. So, they remember me as eccentric and immature. Nothing is as bad as it feels in your thoughts. My parents are sweet, and they're going to hear about the wedding anyway. You were an important part in that story. Unfortunately, those words did little to persuade Baxter. He continued to drag his feet over this predicament. He wasn't willing to accept the invitation, but he also wasn't willing to outright reject you either. I'll go with you to see Xavier if you come with me to visit my mom's. A compromise, Xavier wanted to meet in the morning. Didn't you want to visit your mom's first thing? We could ask Xavier if they'd rather get a drink in the evening. That's true. Baxter pressed a finger to his chin and carefully reconsidered the situation. He idly tapped the digit. Yeah, that'll work quite nicely. I believe Xavier should accommodate that request easily. But where would we go for drinks? I wonder if that interactive play bar place can be visited as just a bar. It'd be nice to check it out after so long. Ah, yes, you can attend for the drinks and atmosphere, even without catching a show. Great, that's what we could do. Then, one final detail. Would you be fine seeing your mothers not too early in the morning? You knew Baxter would agree to whatever you decided, but his brown eyes begged for mercy. Yep, that's fine with me. Baxter pressed a dramatic hand over his heart. He expressed a genuine sigh of relief. Good. It seems we have a plan. Now we need to run it by Xavier and their current schedule. He tapped the screen and turned the mute setting off. Xavier, are you still there? I am. Excellent. Thank you very much for waiting. It is fine. I imagined Blake wouldn't let you hang up on me, even if you wanted to. Damn. Very funny. We just needed a moment to sort out a few pertinent details. And you're in luck. Blake does have time to see you tomorrow. However, rather than in the morning, we were thinking of meeting in the evening for drinks. There's a particular bar that we enjoyed in the past, and I think it would make it a fun fit. Would that work for you? That sounds perfect. It's settled. We'll do it. I'll text you the address and a specific meet time after the call. You were proud of him. Baxter had well and truly changed. Okay, Blake is lucky to have such a well-mannered personal assistant. Not the personal assistant. Oh no. Baxter caught your eye for a split second, and you swore there was a mischievous glint. He moved closer to the phone and smirked. I'm not their assistant. I'm Blake's boyfriend. Xavier didn't say anything. The line fell completely silent until you heard a long, deep breath. I cannot have heard that right. No, I think you did. Your grin stretched from ear to ear. Baxter's charming ease in declaring his new position in your life was exhilarating. Baxter delighted in the joy his words brought you. The softness in his expression only made your heart pump faster. Well then, I'll need you to explain that later. Of course. Blake and I will see you tomorrow, Xavier. Goodbye. Bye! Hopefully they'd hear you before the call ended. Baxter smirked as you absent-mindedly gave a short wave with your goodbye. I'm honestly not sure how I feel about you two spending more time together. You're thrilled, I'm certain. Bye! And so, Baxter tapped the screen to end the call. He left the phone on the counter. Just like that, the two of you had a full day of plans set. Well, his full-force smile dimmed. For a little while, you both managed to be casual, as if everything was normal and nothing had ever happened, like you'd never been apart. But in the late hour, when there was nothing left of casual life distractions, the lingering unease revealed itself. I apologize for keeping you up. I don't mind. Then, would you want to talk for a little longer? As sorry as I am, I don't think I've been as open as I could have been. You accepted how I was, still am in some regards, but can't fully understand it. Am I right? He was. There was no denying it. You'd never grasped the reasons for the way he acted. If you have something you want to say, I'd be glad to listen. Then, Baxter's attention wandered about his apartment. He slipped a hand into his pocket. Could we move this downstairs? The lobby of my building has an amenity I'm rather fond of. Interesting. This had already taken a turn for the unexpected, but if whatever it was would make him feel better, you could go with it. Sure. Thank you. He led you out of the apartment and down the elevator to the ground floor lobby. From there, you went to one corner where a seating area surrounded a chic modern fireplace. It was alight. There was what he was drawn to. You knew it without being told. Here we are. After sweeping his hand out over the space, Baxter settled into a chair by the fire. You took a spot near him. The fire popped and crackled. He watched the flames, hypnotized by the way they danced. This is a humbler setting than that last fireside talk we had, isn't it? After such a long walk down memory lane, it would have been lovely to return to that mountain lodge together. Miranda and Terry will be taking a grand trip, on my suggestion, might I add. It only seems fair we should as well. Throwing up his hands in mock defeat, Baxter could only laugh at himself. Of course, when have I ever taken my own damned advice? Well, don't answer. I know, it's never. Or perhaps never until only today. Yep, that was the correct reply. At least in this case, it's not for a lack of trying or a stubborn impulse to do the opposite of what would improve my life. It's that matter I warned you about, the charming reality of limited expendable income. I can't afford to flitter off on vacations whenever the mood strikes the way my parents can, but I have a very comfortable existence. He shrugged a shoulder, sinking deeper into his seat. It's nice, if lonely. Of course, let's not pretend I have anyone to blame for that other than myself. I ended every relationship I had with my own actions. It's the story of my life. I want to be liked, but I don't want to be important. A suitor for a season, the planner at a wedding. It's that kind of role I'm comfortable in. Perhaps that's why I'm drawn to people who are wanted by everyone else. They don't need me. I can be someone, I can't be the one. Why? The word came out instinctively, before you could stop yourself. There was no reason for him to believe that about himself. You couldn't accept it. Baxter's arms and legs crossed as he closed his eyes in contemplation. I'm not sure I would have been able to answer before, even if I wanted to, which I didn't until very recently, as you saw firsthand. I understood where my limits were and generally left it at that. But where did those lines come from? I'd begun to reflect on it since I met you again. Seeing you made me doubt my own motivations. And I came to a conclusion somewhere along the way. I did know. I knew it all along and simply chose not to think about it for a long time. Finally, he looked at you again. His eyes were a dark pool, crystal clear but bottomless. I don't deserve to have that kind of relationship with another person. That's why. The same question came to the tip of your tongue. Why? You felt as if you were asking that with him, but this time you didn't have to. Baxter answered the unspoken plea on his own. I don't contribute anything. Maybe I can impress others for a time, but how do you go beyond that? I can't say what it means to be significant as a person, to be irreplaceable. And since I don't have the answer, I certainly wasn't going to assume I'd do it by accident. The more Baxter voiced these long hidden feelings, the quieter he spoke. Baxter whispered to the fire, as if he was all alone. What does it take to add value to someone simply just by being there? I tried, but I never knew. In my eyes, there's a world of humans living freely among one another, while every connection I create is so fragile. If I make the wrong step, I might hurt them, or be hurt myself, and if it's strained at all, it will break entirely. Of course, I could be entirely off the mark, and everyone else might have the same struggles. What would I know, right? Baxter smirked self-derisively, recalling he had an audience. Still, it was frightening to want a deeper connection, because I couldn't do it. So I lived on, accepting what seemed to be my reality. It was painful listening to his innermost fears and insecurities, but Baxter wasn't done reflecting. You gritted your teeth and stayed quiet. I'm old enough to have forgotten my earliest years. Everything before about 6, maybe 7, is nothing but a vague blur. What I do distinctly recall is that as a child I unequivocally thought I was better than other people. That those who met me were lucky, and I could pick anyone I wanted as company. The onus was on everyone else to impress. If someone was boring, or maybe I just didn't like the colors they were wearing that day, I could find a new playmate easily. After all, I had the most to offer. Naturally, what I was offering was what my parents had. A big, cool house, exciting outings, the best toys. It wasn't until I was 11 or so when I developed my first stable friends. They might not have been rich like me, but they had their own charms. Those ties couldn't be replaced. Becoming attached to other people, especially those people, made me realize what I believed wasn't true. He straightened out his back and came up to the edge of the chair. And it was so obvious. They were wonderful. I felt things I never had before. All it took was being who they were. It didn't matter what their parents did. No fancy venue could top genuine camaraderie with their company. And for whatever reason, I was in the club and I was happy. The person who was lucky to be there was me. A beautiful sparkle of sentimentality brightened his features even more than the glow of the fireplace. I had wanted my friends to feel the same way towards me, to have that kind of incredible effect on another person for no reason other than that I was Baxter. Then the light went out. But I was older than all of them. As sheltered as I was, I got along better with kids not quite my age. Not quite my own age. Immature as always, Life changed fast then, and the years between us became more noticeable with every day. I never reached a point where I felt like I knew what I was doing before suddenly it was as if I didn't belong with them anymore. That they didn't have time to keep me around with the differences in our schedules and priorities. And I accepted that. So the friendships ended. We stopped talking as young teens, and I haven't even seen them since I left for college in 2015. I thought they mattered to me, but when have I done anything for them? Why did I deserve to be liked and included when all I did was want that to happen and abandon them when it didn't? None of the animation, emotion, life was left in Baxter's retelling. He continued hollowly. I miss what it was like having real friends. I miss those friends I used to have. Sometimes I wonder if they remember me. I wonder what they think of if they do remember me. I wonder what they'd think of me now. But, with a flick of his wrist, he wearily brushed off the admission. We're both aware it's only as a full-grown man I learned that lesson. I've made many more mistakes than that. He hadn't given up the concept of vulnerability entirely, however. Baxter softened once more for a different confession. I've also missed you over those 5 years. And Terry and Miranda and Cove and that summer in Sunset Bird, but mostly it was you who I thought of. During that trip, I did feel wanted. You made me feel wanted. And important. It was exciting and amazing and felt impossible it could last. The shine would wear off eventually, as always. I didn't want to see it happen. What if I seemed pathetic for being attached to people I met on a short vacation? You had your real group of friends who lived with you there already. Or what if you stopped responding to me after realizing I wasn't that interesting? Or why would I even assumed there'd be a reason to talk to me at all once it was no longer convenient? I'm aware that's not a kind way to view you, but it wasn't that you'd done something to make me believe it would happen. It's my viewpoint for every situation. You recalled the night before the wedding, when Baxter admitted he dyed his hair. The problem on this night was very much the same thing. Baxter couldn't see his own value, and he had always feared others wouldn't either. It's, For the first time since he began spilling out his heart, Baxter paused. He considered the way he wanted to put his next words and then continued. Back then, during my tourist phase, we took that brief trip to the mountains. On a hike, we passed a tree that had fallen across a stream. If you can picture that, it was as if we were on opposite sides and I couldn't take the path to you because it looked risky. Oh, you certainly hadn't forgotten the experience. What he said didn't line up with your memories of that day. But Baxter, that's not something you did. We walked on it together and then went back to the same side. You crossed the stream bravely. That got him to chuckle ever so slightly. That was my attempt at a poignant, personally relevant metaphor, but I'm quite impressed you remembered the details. He shook his head amusedly, eyes closed, and tossed both his hands up. I suppose that is the true story of my life, me not understanding a thing and getting it all wrong at every turn. Then Baxter set his attention on you completely. He wasn't playing around anymore. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I appreciate it. But rather than dancing around this, I'll say it directly. Not trying to stay in touch with you is something I've regretted for a long time. I will always regret the days I lost, even now that we've reconnected. I'm sorry, Blake. Many times, it'd be impossible to count how many, you'd imagined a moment like this. Baxter Ward standing or sitting in front of you, sharing with you his real feelings. You never thought it would happen. That dream was only a dream. And yet it was happening. You understood what he was thinking, what drove him away, why Baxter was so Baxter. At last, you could say you actually knew him. Y'all, I am going to take a quick break. I will be back in just a minute here. Just gonna take a proper water break. I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can keep going and get this damn thing moving. You got up and hugged him. Him need hug after all that. Also, thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate it. This poor guy, this poor dude, is just so in his own fucking head. Baxter was initially confused by your sudden approach, and then flat out stunned when you threw your arms around him and desperately held tight. Unsure if you were sad or hurt or what, Baxter patted your back gently. Of course, he wouldn't think your woes were for his sake. He was a silly gentleman. But it was wonderful, indulging in his warmth, and even better knowing you wouldn't have to let go again, not for real. You're irreplaceable to me. Thank you for saying so. I appreciate you listening to your rambling lover for this long. I just love him. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Him just so cute. I can't. I love him. This is my favorite. Baxter smiled, truly moved. What was lost what could never be, had been there all along if he'd just reached for it. And he accepted your words without buts, expectations, or waving it off. You treasured him, and you could believe that he was starting to accept that. You couldn't have been happier. I'm struggling a smidge, but we vibin'. With Baxter's piece said and done, you both returned to your shared home. After an exceedingly long day, you went right to sleep. The next morning, you ambled out of your room into the hall. You must be bored if you're in my stream. Well, they're also at work right now. You let yourself sleep in and were still tired. That's a fucking mood. Checking the apartment, you found the living room was empty and so was the kitchen. Baxter hadn't come out of his room. You heard no signs of stirring either, so he probably wasn't awake. I'm sorry, Bean. You thought there was at least a chance he'd beat you to the early worm, but that was not the case. After freshening up in the bathroom, you still had the place to yourself. I was just giving you shit. You're never in my streams. I had to pick on you. But there were things you could do. Packing. The trip was almost over, after all. You dropped your suitcase on the bed and started to lazily fill it with bits and bobs. For all your good intentions, your head wasn't in it. Alone with your thoughts, you sank into reflecting on what happened before and imagining what could happen next. Until the sound of a door snapped you out of it. How long had it been? You had no idea, but you were sure that Baxter was up. Slow footsteps approached nearer and nearer, and then there was a knock. Come in. Carefully, Baxter let himself in. He peeked through an only half open door. Good morning, Blake. Hey, morning, Baxter. I can leave you be if you're in the middle of something. Don't worry, I can do this later. You dropped a shirt you'd been haphazardly folding and joined him by the door, pushing it all the way open. Oh, excellent. He gestured with a light wave, then clad again in fuzzy zebra print slippers, Baxter shuffled to the community space of the apartment. You followed along. He dropped like a sack of monochrome potatoes into one of the chairs. Baxter had no reason to rush that morning, so he could be as complacent as he wanted, which was very. Making it out from under his blanket hadn't meant he was ready to join the rest of the waking world. Baxter was lingering in the peaceful dreamland of his own home. You thought he was simply precious. Kiss his forehead right now. His eyes fluttered close as you gave him a soft peck. Baxter sighed sweetly. Baxter then curled his legs onto the cushion while stretching his arms up towards the ceiling. It feels as if the wedding was a lifetime ago, not yesterday. I can't believe all of this happened in less than a week, for real. He only murmured softly in response, unable to muster the energy for entire words. You took it delightfully easy while getting decent for the day. Baxter had a wide selection of lotions, oils, and creams for the skin and hair, which you were permitted to rate as much or as little as you wanted. He made liberal use of it himself. Why were you not surprised he was the kind of man with a 30-minute morning pampering routine? When the two of you also got to enjoy a comfortably quiet breakfast together before finally heading out. You left the city behind, shot straight past the suburbs, and headed towards the horizon. A tiny tourist town came into view under the high noon sun. Baxter's car came to a stop along the side of the street. It was the same spot he used to have when he was a tourist. It already felt good to be back. You were energized, downright perky. Things had finally come full circle. You climbed out and strolled down the road to your childhood home. Now, my wonderful and forgiving Blake. Baxter spoke out haltingly. Are you positive this isn't going to be an unwelcome intrusion? I'm not saying this because I'd prefer to hide from my past. I'm done with that. But I think we should give your parents space if they need it. They might tease you, but that's normal. Very well. He'd accepted his fate. This already hadn't been his week, avoiding embarrassment-wise. What was one more egg on the face? When you reached the door, you rang the obscured bell. After only a minute, it flew open. There was your ma, sporting her new shorter haircut and beaming with expectation. She wasn't disappointed by what she saw. Pam! Blake is here! She shouted the announcement down the side hall before speaking to you face to face. Hello, please come in. I missed my moms. Every time, man. You were ushered inside, just like that. Ma kicked the door shut behind you, with the back of her heel, as Mom ambled along into the entryway. We've got a real party today. Mom was looking chipper with the retired English professor outfit she had on. You hugged your moms! Give 'em hugs! 4 arms wrapped around you in response. You squished together in a Thrasher family love fest. You were never old enough for them to stop fawning over you. I love my moms! Hi, Moms! Hi there, kiddo. Thanks for taking the time to swing by. Yes, welcome home, sweetie. And hello to you, too. Ma pointed her face directly towards Baxter. He got the full force of her cheer. It's a surprise Blake found someone they wanted to bring home. I imagined they'd spend the time with the usual faces. It's such a short trip. But it's not a bad thing. It's lovely they're meeting new friends. My name is Nolani. And I'm Pamela. Nice to meet ya. Ah. An awkward chuckle came from Baxter. They didn't recognize him. Sure, he'd lost his iconic sense of style, but there were plenty of recognizable Baxterisms left. We have in fact met before, Blake and I, as well as myself and both of you. My name is Baxter Ward. I visited Sunset Bird 5 years ago as a tourist. I stayed in a rental on this very street. Your mom's familiar, welcoming grins immediately popped open. They're fucking shook, bro. And he's just there like, hi, yes, him said, it's fine, right? After the whirlwind summer relationship that wasn't meant to last, meeting him again was outright astounding. I see you remember me. This poor boy. I love him. Baxter ran a finger along the inside edge of his collar, leaving it hooked in at the center. Despite his bold claim from before that he wasn't intending to hide, Baxter unconsciously lingered farther away from your moms than you did. It positioned you as a block between him and them. So, hiding, basically. It was so sad, but also extremely cute. However, Baxter didn't run or fight in the midst of this crisis. He embraced it. I am certain I must have come across as flighty at that time. But I assure you I'm relatively less immature than I used to be. Not the most flattering character assessment, but an honest one. Mom snorted. Well, he isn't wearing only black and white. Or torn up jeans. Ma added in a sugary tone. Oh, that's right. And the crazy hair, he was a true teenage heartthrob. They had a fit of giggles over the recollection of what Liz once described as Victorian era emo man Baxter. Told you. You did. At least you're having fun. That's far better than being disliked from where I'm standing. You mean from behind Blake? So you weren't the only one who noticed that particular positioning of his. Baxter simply ran a hand through his dyed black-only hair. Exactly. Well, your gracious ma elected to change the subject there. How about we catch up? We've missed quite a lot for both of you. Yeah, you should tell them about yourself, Baxter. Certainly. To start, I'll say I work as a wedding planner mainly. I also plan events for certain non-profit organizations when I can. Though that's at such a low rate it's nearly pro bono. Nothing I could make a living out of. Huh. That was news to all of you. He'd never mentioned doing anything outside of weddings. Baxter crossed his arms protectively and pointedly looked away from you. This was one matter even he was shy about. If it wasn't an actual part of his career, it was volunteer work. Perhaps he didn't like to brag. That's nice. Your meddlesome parents homed in on Baxter like mother hens introduced to a brand new chick. Interesting. I wouldn't have pegged you as a love guru. Oh, I'm not. Even so, wedding planning is such a lovely career. How did that happen? It suited me in many ways. Truthfully, it was planning a wedding that caused Blake and I to meet again. Ma shot a finger towards Baxter and gasped. You were working on Jude and Scott's wedding! That's correct. It was the gig of a lifetime. Oh darn it, I just realized if he does other kinds of events, he could have planned a whole party for our wedding anniversary a few weeks ago. Mom and Ma were having bustles of fun by then. Baxter playfully batted their jokes and teases. Happy belated anniversary, and there's always next year. After all, I'm going to be around. At that moment, he glanced at you. Seriousness replaced his casual smile. There are no deadlines anymore. It was that look, the way he was when he saw you, that really sold Baxter for your moms. He held the stare long enough for the pause in conversation to be felt. You realized what was happening. Baxter was hesitating on mentioning exactly how much he was going to be around. Your parents had no clue you'd brought your boyfriend home to meet them. You gave him the go-ahead with a nod. And before anything else, I do want to mention that Blake and I are in a relationship. You asked Blake out again? No. I asked him to be with me yesterday. I wish to be with them as well, of course. I don't intend to waste the chance. That revelation had your parents newly dazed. Just when they'd relaxed, the Baxter Ward factor managed to knock them off their balance again. My goodness. Talk about a dark horse. The pair of wives focused on each other, doing their mom thing where they came to a decision without having to talk about it out loud. It hit you that you were able to do that yourself with Baxter a minute ago. Wow. Ultimately, they smiled gently over the both of you. That made you smile too. You figured your parents would find it easy to accept Mr. Ward unexpectedly waltzing into your life once more. From their real grown-up perspective, Baxter was practically still a baby 5 years ago when he left his not ideal impression. They didn't have reservations on getting to know him again now, and you got right to that. Both you and Baxter worked together to recount your wedding planning adventures. Going over the entire story nicely illustrated the absolute week you'd had, and it wasn't even 7 days. Mom and Ma were on an emotional roller coaster, visibly distraught when you described how cold Baxter was originally, and cheering when he explained the moment you officially reconnected. As if they hadn't already known how it ended. You got to hear what they'd been up to lately as well. It was same old for them, which was exactly how they liked it. But as it got later in the day, you ran out of time. There was another meetup still to have. Your mom simply appreciated that you stopped by at all and wished you well seeing your new friend. They promised to tell Mr. Holden you said hi when he got back from work. Baxter and you said goodbye, then headed off to the bar. Aw, I missed this place. Baxter brought the car to a stop in a parking lot wedged between skyscrapers. You'd arrived at the theatrical bar you attended years ago. Inside, you were ushered through the lobby into the main room by an usher. The sight of it was as dazzling as your starry-eyed recollection. Smooth jazz backed the scene, played by a live band. Some members looked as if they might be the same from before. The bartender was definitely someone new. But that was for the best, since you weren't sitting at the bar. Instead, you snagged a booth with enough room for a party of 3 and were passed an appropriate number of drink menus. It was still a bit early to start drinking, but you guessed right then that it wasn't going to stop Baxter. Only when the host was finished and gone did Baxter take out his phone. "I'll let them know we've arrived." "Okay." Baxter grinned playfully, buoyed by your own positivity, and put the phone away. His attention was set on you, even if the topic wasn't. "You know, Xavier is a delightful person." "That's nice." You had to imagine a person would be required to be particularly pleasant and thoughtful individual to build up even a tenuous friendship with someone as closed off as Baxter. One thing you could already give Xavier, regardless of whatever else, was that they saved your boyfriend from being entirely alone before you'd found him again. You were grateful for it. Xavier strolled through the door shortly after a set of waters were placed down around the table. They'd ditched the apron that day, which made perfect sense since you were meeting up casually outside their place of employment. Though it suited them so well, it was a staple part of their look. If Xavier had worn it out, you bet strangers would have accepted it as entirely correct anyway. Your eyes met across the open space of the bar. Baxter stood to welcome them. Xavier wasted no time linking up. "Good evening." He held his hand straight out for a shake. Xavier went with it, giggling. "Hi, Baxter and Blake. Thanks for finding the time to see me after all." "Of course, Xavier. Of course." You and Baxter sat side by side. He'd rejoined you there, while Xavier slid into the opposite bench. "It's fantastic to see you again." They shot you a grin and scooped up the third and final menu. "Are you ordering anything?" "I am." "I want a martini. It suits the atmosphere of this place." "It is appropriate." Resting his arms in front of him, Baxter draped himself dramatically over the table. "And finally, I can have a real Bellini." "Figured." Glance over the non-alcoholic drink menu. You decided on... Give me cherry cola. Since everyone was decided, the order was placed as soon as the waiter came by. He jotted down the request, collected the menus, and promised to be back shortly. Then, the second he was out of earshot, Xavier shot a pinning stare at the couple sitting snugly across from them. "So, Baxter," you knew where this was going. It was easy to imagine the shock and confusion Xavier must have been stuck living in until now. "You referred to yourself as Blake's boyfriend. Is that a joke? The last time we met you were vowing that the two of you would never see each other again after the wedding." Baxter threaded his fingers together while leaning forward. He grinned cordially. "Thank you for the hydration reminder. Appreciate it." There was no way to spin this sudden leap in the relationship that wasn't abysmally embarrassing for him, and he didn't care. With as much audacity as someone who could ask a baker to make a wedding cake in 3 days' notice, your good friend gave an apologetic answer. It seems I am a fairly overdramatic man. That's the only joke in this. Quite obviously, Blake and I will continue seeing one another. Hearing him say that so fearlessly to another person was such a thrill, though fairly overdramatic. What an understatement. Incredible. It wasn't even the first time they were hearing it, but Xavier was stunned silent yet again by the news. This time, though, the conversation couldn't be ended with the tap of a screen. Well, I'm happy for the both of you, but what was happening with the theatrics to begin with? They were nothing if not persistent when it came to getting the specifics. Decorators did have an eye for details. You continued listening to Baxter recount things. Baxter squared his shoulders, looked Xavier straight in the eyes, and divulged your shared history. He didn't hesitate or leave anything out to save face. The unideal reality of the past was laid out in its entirety. Swirling their longest strands of hair, Xavier found the whole of the story much easier to grasp than they had only hearing the end. Honestly, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Damn. As pleasant as things were when you stopped by the bakery, I always assumed if you stopped having client-based reasons to visit, you never would have spoken to me again. Looks like I was right on that assessment. Baxter's gaze dropped. He couldn't help it. Developing closer ties could never make him ashamed, no matter how odd the circumstances. Doing the inverse, however, might always remain a source of guilt for him. I apologize. It's not your fault. I have no talent for maintaining relationships that aren't entirely unavoidable, and sometimes not even then. I get it. Trust is always a work in progress, right? I'd say we would have become actual friends eventually, but Blake giving you a push can speed that right along. Baxter lifted his face at that, speaking softly. Xavier was a nice person. Yes, I think so too. Drinks arrived shortly. Your little group mutually took that as a closing to the interrogation of Baxter Ward and Blake Thrasher. After serving the order, the waiter left once more, saying to call him if he needed anything else. Xavier and Baxter put a pause on any future discussion to sample their stuff. By their delighted ums and hms over the flavor, it sounded like the bar was a hit with both. Though Baxter would probably appreciate any alcohol over the mocktail he'd gotten the last time he'd been here. Yours was delicious too. The three of you stayed quiet until Xavier chimed in with the next major topic of this meetup. Jude and Scott Adams' wedding. How'd the day go? It went off without a hitch. They're a wonderfully stable couple. Woohoo! They whistled. The odds were beat, that was for certain. By all accounts, you should have been informing Xavier how the last-minute preparations ended in disaster. Yeah, and your cake got rave reviews from the guests, of course. Of course. I can sleep easy knowing I made a cake for a crowd who enjoyed it, and for a couple who should actually be getting married. I'm happy for them. Some of these jobs. Shivers ran through Xavier's body. I feel like I'm making a macabrely beautiful feast to celebrate a horrible mistake. Baxter chuckled at his colleague, his fellow in creating matrimonial bliss, and his match in insight for when the happiest day of someone's life is not quite so happy. While I attempt to believe in every pair who comes through my office, it is difficult to avoid the occasional wallow in cynicism. The wedding industrial complex will do that to you. Or it would have if I hadn't already possessed a streak of pessimism when it came to relationships lasting. But we've gone down that track. Xavier's manicured lashes fluttered as they rested against the back of the booth. They sighed in relief. Relaxing time was over after 1 minute, and they tilted forward again. Now assured their efforts weren't in vain, Xavier could indulge in juicier ponderings. Hey, what bakery made that groom's cake? I admit I took a peek at what was under the cover when I dropped my own off. It was cute. Oh boy, you're gonna get a kick out of this. Me and Baxter had to bake and decorate the entire thing the night before the wedding. Xavier actually jumped up in their seat. What? They settled down and gingerly patted their coiffed hair, making sure it was still in place. Surprises after surprises. You're squishy under that stiff suit of yours, Baxter. As though that is actually a surprise. They giggled, the sound akin to the bell on Zake's front door. True, that part isn't. You and Blake baking a cake is. Is it? You might be surprised. Don't you recall it wasn't the first time we've been in a similar squeeze? Wait, you're right. Those mystery cupcakes. From that auspicious start, you and Baxter told more stories from the wedding. Eventually, it transitioned into Baxter sharing especially memorable moments from other jobs he'd worked on. Some highlighted real-life potential pitfalls you could work to avoid if you ever got married, while others were 1 in a million debacles. The most unbelievable was the story of a particular orchard-set wedding. A ceremony had been prepared with flowers, a walkway, seating, and a bespoke wooden arch at the end. As the planner, he was doing a final survey, primed for the guests to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples barreled straight through. Oh no! Baxter stressed that the driver was fine when he managed to come to a stop, and the couple was still married, albeit in a much simpler arrangement, so no real harm was done. However, Baxter distinctly recalled the comedic surrealness of it. Seeing a completed ceremony, the fruit of weeks of work, and then having it flattened to the ground in the blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. But for all the misery of the moment, he did confess the debacle made for a great mood setter going forward. He shared the memory with every couple he'd worked with since, to help put their own struggles into perspective. It warmed your heart seeing Baxter so at ease. None of the carefully maintained distance remained between him and Xavier, or him and you. There was no sadness or sense of loss when it came time to part ways. After all, this didn't have to be final. You had the power to reach out again if you wanted. The bill was split, and that got paid before saying goodbye to the baker. With a cheery wave and a grin, Xavier left for home. You liked them. Xavier was someone you could count among your friends. I was gonna say, it's not like it's the first time we've met them. Yeah. One of my friends. I'm also going to run to the bathroom one more time, y'all. I apologize. I am struggling. 10 hours in. Woo! Okay, I'll be back. Okay. Let's see if we can finish this damn thing so I can go eat some food, shall we? Yeah. Thank you, appreciate it. Hell yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the Batman Telltale games. Yeah, my goal is to get through this so I can go properly eat something, snack. I don't know what the heck I'm gonna get up to, but nourishment in my body. That's the goal. Okay. Back into it we go. Yeah, you liked them. Xavier was someone you could count among your friends. The music was good and the drinks weren't done, so you and Baxter were in no rush to leave yourselves. Light conversation was made. Thank you for keeping me company all this time. Thank you for coming to see my moms. I was happy to see them. It's been too long, even though it hasn't been long at all. Barely a whole month. He tapped a finger against his glass, watching you and smiling sweetly. I can understand why their presence would be missed. Your family members are lovely people. Baxter was so nice about your moms and big sis, no matter how hard of a time they gave him. You had to appreciate it. But it also made you curious about what he had to put up with from his mom and dad. What are your parents like? Baxter's fingers, which were gingerly wrapped around a champagne glass, twitched. Oh, that. He had spoken instinctively, prematurely, and paused after a single word. Baxter carefully selected how to phrase it before answering again. I'm not sure I know at this point. Then Baxter placed the cup down with a clink. I haven't spoken to my parents in a few years now. They weren't talking? It stunned you entirely. Why? How? Even if making new ties seemed impossible to him, what would make Baxter cut off the family he'd always known? None of those rapid-fire questions left the confines of your head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up an uncomfortable topic. He felt your sharp reaction and gave a tight smile. Don't worry, it isn't a painful topic for me exactly. Mostly I find it disappointing, frustrating, certainly awkward. Shifting in his seat, Baxter leaned on his elbow and angled his body towards you. Before I caused too much concern, they've never done anything to intentionally hurt me. My parents have always cared for my well-being. And I can't deny how much they have done for me, all the opportunities and advantages I had because they provided them. They gave me the best they knew how, and... Baxter cut himself off, raising one hand and using the other to pinch the brow of his nose. He was thoroughly unimpressed with his own ramblings. This is not as nuanced as I might be making it sound. What a novelty it would be if I could speak favorably of my own family. Can you imagine? That's not the case, however. Dark brown eyes stared into yours, as serious and unmovable as they were whenever he demanded the listener to grasp the depth of the chasm between him and them. What I am trying to say is that my parents are, on a whole, good to me. They do love me as their child, whom they raised for nearly 2 decades. Just as I still feel compelled to give them credit for the minimum, I'm certain they're telling their acquaintances endless excuses for why I'm so distant and unagreeable with them. They haven't given up on me in their own way. But all that does not make them good people. I can assure you that because they are not good people, I'm merely a rare exception to the unpleasantness. My parents are selfish, they're sheltered, even as adults. For example, you, Blake Thrasher, are, well, my absolute ideal. I'm in love with you. The warmth in Baxter's voice when he described you burned into a bitter ash. But I doubt they could understand. Based on quite a colorful variety of factors. Baxter suddenly raised his voice and arms, almost knocking over his own beloved Bellini. And their nonsense priorities and concerns are what my parents expected from me. Baxter quieted down again quick. He was in public, and you weren't the person he wanted to be shouting at anyway. After straightening out his jacket, Baxter crossed his legs under the table. How ironic that I can finally see the silver lining of my lifelong struggles thanks to them. If I never realized how poor my connections were, or if I never cared that my relationships were nothing more than associations based on conveniences, maybe I'd have been who they wanted. Regardless, I'm not their ideal son. They're not my preferred company either, and I don't expect you to ever meet my family. That's honestly for the better. I get it. Baxter had barely mentioned his parents 5 years ago when they were closer. Still, it wasn't nothing. He'd given small crumbs of insight into the dynamic when you knew him before, and it had bothered you ever since. When you were teens, Baxter laughed off every concerning line about his family. Knowing how the story ended changed the way you saw those early chapters. See, unfortunately, I am pretty sure that the creator of Our Life confirmed. I'd have to go digging for it, but somebody had asked if Baxter's parents were straight up bigots, and I'm pretty sure the answer was yes, which is really sad to think about because he is pansexual, I believe. But yeah, one of the fans had asked, hey, like, what's up with his? And yeah, I'm pretty sure they were like, yeah, no, he's not. They're not. Mm-mm. So that's sad, but I also relate to the whole no contact thing. You didn't want to dig any further, though. You know what? Good for him, though. As someone who is no contact with both my parents, I think it's easy to see it as a loss when you're looking on the outside, but when you're actually living in the situation, you realize you were losing more by trying to hang on to something that was never going to be the way you wanted it, if that makes sense. So honestly, as a fellow no contact kiddo, good for Baxter, as he fucking should. You didn't want to dig any further, though. That's more than enough, Baxter. Thank you for sharing. I got you, man. I'm sorry for everything, Baxter. Don't be. It isn't your fault. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll cobble together a family of sorts of my own. I've stopped running away whenever I got close to another person. That's the first step. I'm here for you. Every fiber of your being was working towards a single goal, conveying to Baxter that you were there and you would be as long as he wanted you to be. Baxter whispered gently, and you knew the sentiment got through. You are very kind. Though rest assured, I'm not as heartbroken over my lack of familial bonds as you would be if you became estranged with yours. There wasn't much to lose. While I wish it was different, it never has been. I'd only be theorizing about pointless what ifs. And with the circumstances I have, not interacting with my parents remains preferable over the stress that came with having them around. That. Literally that, though. Honestly, I'm happier with the way my life is right now than I have been at any other time. I can stand on my own 2 feet. I understand myself better. I have friends. Okay, that part, this whole thing right there is such a fucking mood. Because genuinely in a very, very similar boat to Baxter there. I have you again. So I would hope you can be glad for how far I've come, rather than sad that there were hurdles to overcome. Managing a smile, you gave him an answer from the heart. I will then. I'm proud of you, Baxter. Even better still. For a moment, you connected with one another, genuinely, sincerely, and wholly. That was until his ever-familiar Cheshire Cat grin took center stage. And at the very least, I can be grateful that I don't have the thick-headed parents the bartender and diva were saddled with. Despite yourself, you laughed. That was a completely unexpected reference. Baxter used the opening to continue reminiscing about what happened the day he'd invited you out for drinks so long ago. It was intentional. He didn't want to linger on the heavy topic of his family, but it wasn't forced. Baxter didn't have to pretend he was doing well. It was true. He could carry on with his head held high, and you'd get to be there from then on. It was something to be glad about. Soon the time to move forward did arrive. There were other adventures to be had. You and Baxter hopped in his car once again, and the bar disappeared behind you. Neither of you had eaten since that morning. Your grumbling stomachs decided that you'd eat at one of the nearby restaurants rather than going to the apartment to cook. When you were done with yet another stop and back in the car, it was well into the night. You'd been away from home, for at least 12 hours. One might have thought after frantically finishing a wedding, the day after would be completely less jam-packed. Nope. It had been your 5th or 6th subsequent day of squeezing every last minute of the day for all it was worth. You couldn't keep track anymore of how long you'd been tossed about by this whirlwind of activity. Your charming company, in the flurry, didn't bat an eye at the pace. In fact, it hadn't budged a hair out of place on his perfectly styled head. The darkness of the world and the lateness of the hour meant Mr. Ward had reached his height of energy. It was under those circumstances when Baxter offered up a new proposition. Blake, what would you say about going dancing with me? What? He elaborated. I spent the whole of the wedding working, if you recall. Even though we stole a little time after the event had finished, that was hardly comparable to having a night out together. Especially when you consider the circumstances that lingered between us then. And we can't forget that you'll be leaving soon, and I'll have to start new client work shortly. So why not take advantage of the moment we have together now? Here you had been thinking you'd already made the most of the day. Apparently, Baxter considered your gallivanting around 2 towns to be just a lead-up to a yet-to-come grand finale. I get that, but where could we go without signing up for it ahead of time? And actually, would something even be open this late anyway? That gaping hole in the master plan couldn't fluster Baxter, as expected. I know a place. Now, it wouldn't be as attractive of a location as the Adams affair. However, it's entirely functional for our purposes. To add to the effect, we could visit the apartment and change into something more appropriate. Don't you think it's a shame I haven't gotten a single chance to wear a true suit yet? This standard, everyday look doesn't have the same impact. The car stopped at a red light, and Baxter made the most of the opportunity as well, turning his head to face you directly. His expression was hopeful. Well, how the hell am I gonna say no to that face? It could be our first real date. Stop it, I love him. Okay, first real date. At least the first for our second time being together. That would be nice. I'm a sucker for Baxter, I can't help it. Me say no to him, I think the fuck not. Thank you, Blake. He chirped sweetly. But when his eyes went back to the road, he was smirking deviously. Baxter channeled his growing energy into a taut grip on the wheel. Finally, I have a partner I can dance with whenever we wish to. The light turned green and he hit the gas, your back pressed into the seat from the rapid change in momentum. There would be no rest for the wicked. It all made you snicker. His enthusiasm never failed to delight. You arrived at the apartment building, went straight up to Baxter's floor, and through the front door of his place. Without needing to reiterate the latest scheme, you and Baxter split off into your respective rooms to get fancy. I seriously can't say no to him. I love him. You dressed a bit nicer than your norm. Considering the limitations, your packing preparations had paid off. You had clothing for a variety of situations, including one such as this. Digging hastily, you found what you needed in your suitcase and shook out any wrinkles that might have been hiding there. It was ready to go. When you were dressed, you found Baxter already waiting in the living room. He lifted his head, and a thin smile pulled across his face. Of course, he would know how to put on a suit in a flash. Baxter was dolled up in a sleek and stylish brown suit that highlighted his eyes rather than trying to distract from them. And tonight they looked clearer than ever. The longer you stood there, the more his expression warmed fondly. He almost couldn't believe that you were willingly there for him. I knew it. Crossing your arms, your sudden snickering confused Baxter completely. His brows pinched and he glanced around the room, finding nothing of note. Knew what? That you were gonna outdress me. You gestured at your nice clothes and then at his fancy suit. His lips parted, and then there was a snort that left Baxter ducking his head away from you. Ah, I see. Baxter's voice strained in an attempt to breeze through this conversation seriously, but between that and the way he tried covering his mouth, his amusement was too noticeable to miss. Luckily, I don't care if we're a mismatch. Is that so? I like us just how we are. Me too, very much. Regaining his composure, Baxter finally appraised your outfit, and his demeanor grew gentle. And for what it's worth, I think your ensemble tonight is a perfect fit. You also dressed excellently. In an instant, Baxter held himself with even more confidence. He smoothed the front of his jacket. Thank you, Blake. He idly adjusted the cuffs of his suit jacket. Your eyes followed that movement. I've been told the set is an attention grabber. Automatically, you glanced up and caught the gentle curve of his smile. Shall we go? I'm ready if you are. Perfect, off we go. On that note, the two of you left the apartment behind and gallivanted off into the city. It was exhilarating to run off with little warning to who knew where with Baxter Ward by your side. You felt all of 18 years old again, and you had no idea until just now how deeply you missed this. The engine cut off and Baxter's latest mystery location was unidentifiable. Closing the car door, all you could see was a small empty lot and the few street lamps keeping it lit. This lot sat behind a huge building, but from this spot you had no way of knowing what the inside could be. The back was entirely non-distinct, just an imposing white wall. Here we are? Yes, there's a door ahead. Baxter led you away from the car and towards a back door you had missed entirely in the shadows. He opened it with a little effort and slipped inside. Perplexed, you stood there and stared into the dark void Baxter disappeared into. Right this way. You could kind of see his arm in the doorway, and Baxter motioned for you to follow. You had anticipated being surprised by where he was taking you, but this was way more unusual than even his usual fare. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. You know, the longer we sit here, the more I'm like, this is probably gonna end up being longer than the other stream. Oh no. I don't want to beat my old record now. Not a week later. But it's okay, we will keep chugging along. Following inside, you struggled to see anything without the tiny rays of light filtering through the doorway. Baxter still found your hand and began leading you forward. No explanations were offered. Instead, Baxter acted under the assumption that you'd blindly come with him. No, not new record every week. Stop my vocal cords. And he was right. Baxter went ahead with confident steps. You trusted him enough to believe this wasn't a mistake. Wherever the two of you were, he at least knew the pitch-black hallway. He found precisely where to reach to open another door. In the new black void, you caught a faint echo of your own footsteps stopping by his side. Next to you, the door felt like glass under your fingertips. Baxter lightly squeezed you, and then he let go. Wait here, please. I'll get the lights. There was nothing else to do. Listening closely, you could hear Baxter's steps bounce around the presumed open space as he strolled ahead. He moved further and further away until you heard the loud click of multiple switches being flipped. Several rows of lights zapped on in succession. Ah, bright. Excuse me. The lights flashed to their full brightness and blinded you. Shielding your face, you were aware of Baxter moving in your direction. I'm sorry, I should have warned you. Are you all right? Squinting, your blurry sight gradually adjusted. You finally got an idea of where you were. A big, nearly empty room with a shiny tiled floor. It was strange. Something was familiar about the picture. Almost like you'd seen this room before. That was it! You had seen it before. Specifically in the photos Scott and Jude sent before their wedding. This must have been where they practiced with Baxter. Is this your work building? Correct. Baxter revealed the ring of keys hooked around his finger and spun it, his expression impish. If we're being technical, we're long closed for the day. However, I happen to have keys. I can't with him. Why is he like this? That's perfect. I'm not gonna rain on his parade, are you kidding? I'm with him. No crowd, no interruptions. The two of you had your own private place to simply have fun together. I thought as much too. I'm allowed to visit at any time, even when customers are not. What if I need to access a file in the office? Weddings, as you know, are a juggling act of many moving pieces. The difficulty would only increase if the work fell exclusively within a window of set hours. Yeah. A single wedding was chaotic enough, but planning them as a career could easily be more than a full-time job. He'd have to ready to tackle needs and demands whenever they hit. Exactly. The higher powers that be understand we do what we must. I can come and go from the building as I please. Though, bringing a date here is not entirely an expected reason for coming. Personally, I'd say this still counts as job adjacent. You're helping me maintain my professional dancing form. The owners are highly understanding. And excuses are only necessary if we're caught, which might not even happen. Mischief twinkled in his eyes. He seemed so certain in his abilities that you had to believe Baxter would never be taken to task for the stunt. There was no way you could have predicted the situation if you tried. Baxter Ward was an enigma. Well, you surprised me. Excellent. One moment, please. Holding up a single digit, Baxter politely dipped his head and then went to the counter by the far wall. He was messing with something there, but you couldn't tell what while you walked to the center of the room. Soon you'd have a dance together. That was the whole reason we came. Already lost in thought and imagining a song, you tapped your foot and then spun on your toes. A few snickers bubbled up from the silliness. It had been a while, but you remained decent. Nothing needed to be impressive, and you had more than enough faith in yourself doing okay. Music began playing, and Baxter promptly returned to the center of the room. He hummed along with the melody. Baxter placed a hand across his heart. As you know, I enjoy a nice waltz around the room. However, I'm not a one-trick pony, and I'm not selfish enough to only want to stick with my expertise. Is there any particular style you prefer? I could teach you anything you have in mind to the best of my ability, or vice versa if you know better. I'm open to experimentation. Okay, I'm going to step away for just a minute, y'all. I'm sorry, I'll be back. Okay, we're gonna see how much more my poor vocal cords survive here. I am doing my best, y'all. Ah. And you know what? If that means taking some breaks towards the end of an almost 11-hour stream, then that's something I'm learning to be okay with. Some level of self-care in between all the bullshit I put my poor vocal cords through. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, honestly, I'd love to have a waltz. Why not? I don't know. I don't know jack shit about dancing, to be honest. So if that's his favorite, then, yeah, go with his favorite. Plus, I've already given into the fact that this is going to be the longest stream I've ever streamed, so it's fine. Baxter's face brightened gloriously. I'd love nothing more. With that, Baxter showed you a remote you'd never seen before. The question bounced on the tip of your tongue, but your gaze trailed towards the back of the room, and the answer struck. It was obvious once you realized. The sound system was hidden behind the counter, and he must have grabbed the remote when he was there. Baxter swapped through the music tracks until he found something that was sufficiently waltz-esque. Then he slipped the remote into his jacket pocket. I don't think the wedding DLC is shorter. I don't know. I have no guesses anymore. We will find out come Saturday, buddies. Next Saturday, although we're technically on Sunday now. So, yeah, we'll find out if the wedding DLC is any shorter on Saturday. Aww. Like a proper gentleman, Baxter extended his hand to you, and you gladly took it. Baxter gradually tightened his grip. He was searching for a sign that you were ready to begin. You answered him with a happy nod, and he pulled you up to his chest. You knew enough to tell how it was entirely unnecessary to begin with your bodies brushing against each other. But you also knew that you wouldn't want anything different. The waltz was smooth and romantic, as if the dancers were floating air. It wasn't hard to understand why Baxter loved it so much. He moved elegantly and brought you along every step of the way. Since there were only the two of you, the room's size worked beautifully. A waltz as a traveling dance required space in order to be performed comfortably. You put on an unforgettable showcase, a toe-stepping, silly mess of a dance. Yet Baxter didn't appear to mind one bit. While you lacked Baxter's natural command and elegance, he still danced with you as if this night was his greatest privilege. Then the music shifted. The conclusion of the current song was on the horizon, and you just knew this was going to be the conclusion. Oh, I don't know, a dip? The dance ended with Baxter dipping you? I don't know. The two of you turned, and in an instant, Baxter's touch shifted to securely hold your waist, and he leaned close, dipping you dramatically. Like I said, I don't know jack squat about dancing. I love my little dancey dude, though. Your eyes stayed locked on one another. Your breathing was heavy. The music's end left you both suspended in silence. Baxter's gaze was distracting enough that you almost missed when he cupped your face. His thumb tenderly brushed your cheek. Your skin felt electrified under his touch. He moved slowly at first, but then his lips rapturously pressed into yours. Sliding your arms past his neck, you curled your fingers into his hair and deepened the kiss. You hoped that you would have a chance to witness Baxter this happy again 1,000,000 times more. Thanks for the dance, my good sir. Placing a hand across your heart, you dipped your head politely. Baxter's mouth pulled into a far too pleased smile. It was my pleasure. You danced beautifully, Blake. You knew it was time to let go of Baxter, but you really didn't want to. And he also struggled with the same dilemma. It didn't help that the room felt strangely different now that the music was off. There was so much calm after a storm, even if it was the good kind of storm. Sliding backwards, Baxter made sure there was enough room and then gave you a grand bow. He stared up at you from between the strands of his bangs before standing straight again. Might I get you a drink after so much exertion? Huh? Scratching the top of your head, you weren't sure how Baxter was going to accomplish that. He answered your confusion with a smirk. There's a water cooler right at the back. He didn't even need to check. Baxter nudged his head towards something past his shoulder. Leaning, you peeked past him and spotted it instantly. Oh. Yeah, water would be great. His lips pressed into a sweet smile, and then Baxter turned on his heels. Two waters coming up. Baxter sauntered to the water cooler and fetched you both something to drink. A minute later, he passed you a full cup of water. He tilted his head back to swallow a large sip. He brought the cup down again, and he combed his swoop of bangs to the side with his other hand. Now we could stand here, but there's somewhere better we can rest our feet. Would you care to follow me? Why not? Wonderful. Baxter casually dropped the remote off at the counter and shut down the music system completely. Leaning against the glass door, you waited for him to finish. Then you left that room behind and traveled down a different hallway. Taking your drinks for the trip, Baxter brought you to a much more familiar spot. He swung the door open with extra confidence. Welcome back to my office, Blake. Make yourself at home. Oh. Is something wrong? No, it's just that I kind of thought I'd never see this place again. Ah, that was certainly a possibility. Baxter flicked a hand as he walked and talked. He went straight for the couch and settled down on it. He immediately got comfortable by stretching his legs and slinging his arm along the back. The whole time, his gaze rested on you. You sat next to him. Lowering into the cushion, you situated Baxter's arm under your head. It was nice. Baxter cozied closer to your side, and he hummed happily as he did it too. The re-establishment of warmth between the two of you gave you goosebumps. I never get to do this. Relaxing even further, Baxter idly ran his free hand along the purple fabric. How strange, being on this side of the room. Yeah. So, you volunteer? The conversation with your moms earlier today came back to mind. He'd never told you about that, and the way he reacted only made you more curious. Yes, I do. It's for a charity that helps people who are struggling financially regain their footing and find work. They have funding events occasionally. That's wonderful. I think that's so fucking cute. I wish I could truly do it for nothing. Frowning, his attention trailed off along with his thoughts. He idly scratched his fingers on the couch's fabric. It's such a time-consuming task, and I wouldn't be able to get by if all those hours were unpaid. It may not be perfect, but it's a really nice way to use your skills for a good cause. The corner of his mouth twitched. Baxter couldn't quite meet your eye, but he nodded. Thank you for that. Baxter plucked the cup he brought with him off the table and took another sip. Slowly, he lowered it and let out a wistful sigh. Thanks for indulging me tonight, Blake. This has been the most fun I've had in I don't know how long. I do know now that I want to dance again outside of work, for myself. I'm sorry for brushing you off about this topic before. In a way, I fell out of love with that passion. It became tedious and unsatisfying to do it with complete strangers, and I didn't have enough hours in a day to dedicate to a long-term competitive partner any longer. But perhaps I should have tried harder not to give it up entirely. Baxter leaned an elbow on the arm of the chair and rested his cheek against his knuckles. His mouth twitched. How embarrassing. Even my choice of hobby revolved around having a serious and understanding relationship with someone else. The precise matter I've had a lifelong struggle to obtain. I don't think my 8-year-old self was trying to make a statement when he decided this activity was worth pursuing, but still, it's quite fitting, I miss being able to dance with you. The harsh crease of his brow softened considerably. He held your gaze for a prolonged moment. I missed it too. After all of that, you were completely at ease being together with Baxter. Being pressed against him, you took in Baxter's cologne with every breath. It was flowery but not quite a perfume. The floral notes were fresh, sharp, and there was an undercurrent of spice. A mature scent for a gentleman of sorts. For a time, you rested on the couch, saying nothing and listening only to the beat of your lover's heart. But when the idea of relaxing crossed into the risk of falling asleep while breaking and entering, you and Baxter decided to sit up properly again. It wasn't long before you both finished the last drops of your water and tossed the paper cups into the office's trash bin. Tiredly rubbing his shoulder, Baxter released a satisfied breath. We should go. If we linger too much longer, I'm afraid operating hours might begin while we're here. That would be difficult to explain. Oh yeah, good idea. Baxter rose to his feet and brushed off any lint that might have gotten on his suit jacket. He nudged his head towards the door. You moved to follow. He brought you down the same path. Baxter and you turned the lights off as you went along. Once you reached the parking lot, you waited for Baxter to lock the building. After a day delightful enough to rival the wedding itself, you and Baxter finally returned home. You slipped quietly through the lobby, not quite tiptoeing. Your feet were too sore and heavy for that. Goosebumps lingered on your skin from the rush of your adventure, but the exhaustion crept closer and closer as you neared the last destination of the day. By the time Baxter was closing his apartment door behind you, you were ready to collapse at the finish line. It felt good to be back. Well, I must thank you for a truly incredible time, Blake. I'll keep you only a moment longer. Your drooping eyes lifted. He had more up his sleeve? Huh? Why? The sign of interest was awfully encouraging for Baxter. His smile pulled too wide to be considered purely polite. There is something to consider. On the one hand, I do have a pleasant, fully furnished guest room. It's sensible to make use of it. But on the other, Baxter literally lifted a hand up in your general direction. Naturally, the motion was completely nonchalant. Nothing unusual happening here. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Appreciate it. So help me, if we cross the 12-hour mark, I might actually lose my mind. But again, I'm so worth it. I can't even be mad at it. How can I look at that face and be mad I'm still here? I can't. The master bedroom is frankly superior. I would say it'd be impolite to not even offer the space to my partner. You narrowed your gaze again, but it wasn't out of sleepiness. That proposition required a sufficiently lidded look. You're asking me to spend the night with you? Exactly. How considerate of you. Okay. I'm worth it. Who needs rest? Though you took a minute to explain more about your sexuality and boundaries before anything might be assumed, he took it all perfectly well. Baxter's coy smile split open into a giddy grin, like cracking a stone to see a beautiful geode inside. Then feel free to join me after you've changed. I'll be waiting. Thanks. See you in a minute. Briefly, the two of you parted ways. You got ready to sleep as quickly as you could, with your tired bones resisting the effort of even changing clothes. After you won the battle against zippers and buttons, you gathered a few necessities to migrate over to your new room. He'd left the door mostly open, so you went through it without knocking. Being there definitely felt different than your first venture inside, even if it looked the same. Specifically, you couldn't help noticing the mass of clothing haphazardly piled on a side table. There you are. Welcome. Hi. So is that from the morning of the wedding? That was the last time you'd gotten to enter Baxter's room, you realized. Yes. There was no hesitation. You snorted at how straightforward he was, most of the time, with certain things. I'll get to reorganizing another day, after you leave, or perhaps I'll be inspired to do it before then, if I have the time. We'll see. I'm uncommitted. Of course, usually, I wouldn't show my room in such a state this early in a relationship, or ever really, but you've already seen far worse from me, including being there to witness me making this very mess. Baxter busied himself by turning down the blankets for both of you. It's 5 years too late for me to fool you into thinking I'm flawlessly put together, and I wanted you to stay with me tonight. He chuckled at himself while getting on top of the mattress. It's pretty monochrome in here, Baxter. Really? Seems so. I hadn't noticed. Sure. You followed Baxter into bed, certain that you were welcome there. Baxter had luscious feather pillows that squished in around your head when you laid down. It was like getting a hug, but for your cheeks. Your boyfriend's face was partially obscured by a fluffy pillow, too. He had to inch from the center of the puffball to the edge so he could see better. You turned on your side to face him. Baxter's sighing breath was near enough to flutter your eyelashes. As tempting as it is to stay up for the remaining half of the night, I know we shouldn't. Rest is important and very needed today in particular. Good night, Blake. You too, Baxter. He had a convenient switch he could hit from the bed to shut off all the lights in the room. But there was still one piece missing before Baxter was officially settled in. You felt his arms wrapping around you. He was careful to have the touch be affectionate, soothing, rather than something that might make the whole get some sleep thing more difficult. Then Baxter whispered one last thought. I'm glad you are here. I am too. Then you rested against his chest. You nestled against Baxter's broad torso. His silk pajamas felt luxuriously soft against your cheek, and his heartbeat was steady. He was just darling. Ah, how lovely. Baxter murmured against your ear in dreamy bliss. As incredible, as outright unbelievable as it was to be in Baxter's embrace for the night, the thrill you had couldn't compare to the pure comfort it brought you. You had gone through so much to be where you were. For years you'd thought anything like it would never happen. You might not have given up trying, but you had no real hope it would come to anything. Now that it was okay for you and for him, you could relax in a wholly complete sense. Baxter felt the same relief. Neither of you needed further words of reassurance. The warmth between you was enough. Your half-unconscious mind swam through a moving tide of memories of the current day and the entire wedding planning exertion. The mental water was warm, relaxing. You smiled and cast one more glance at the man you were in bed with before your eyes could no longer stay open. Putting on a fantastic event for Jude and Scott, seeing friends and family, starting a new relationship, that boyfriend being Baxter Ward. Even though your time in Prisma Vista and everywhere beyond and in between would come to an end soon, it could not possibly have gone better. Without even realizing it, you drifted into pleasant dreams. Good morning! That's what happens when you stay up for half the night. Which is me, honestly. Then when morning arrived, you saw him there. He hadn't vanished. He didn't leave you behind. Baxter remained fast asleep beside you, exactly as you knew he would be. The sheets surrounding you were full of the spiced floral scent Baxter wore as cologne. It was so classy, a perfect match to his normal demeanor, the public-facing part of him. Here, something that sharp didn't fit at all. Baxter was entirely graceless when he slept, with his face crushed into the pillow and his hair having lost its characteristic swoop. No one was a flawless paragon of poise. It was intentional and took effort. Morning Baxter was always a good reminder of that. You liked that about him, though you liked most things about him. Right then you were able to look at every little feature of him up close, his sharp manicured brows and equally pointed nose, the mole on his neck, of course. And at the tippy top of his head, if you squinted in the sunshine, you could see a gradient in the strands. It was lighter at the roots than the rest of his hair. In the smallest of ways, Baxter had let you see his natural color. It was beautiful. You gently stroked his head. He smiled in his sleep. And when his deep brown eyes did flutter open, He continued to do so. But before saying anything, he yawned and stretched and rubbed a thin line of drool from his mouth. Baxter also made a valiant attempt to straighten out his bedhead. Only then did he determine it was appropriate to greet you. "Hello, Blake. How nice it is to see you again. Another wonderful day, hmm?" "Yes, it is. Good morning, Baxter." Despite officially being awake now, Baxter cozied up into you again. His hands reestablished the hold they had on you before he attempted to clean up. It was too adorable to do anything about. Besides, you weren't planning on getting up when you normally did either. You'd had many early days of rushing about, and tomorrow would be another. That's when you would need to leave. Today, in that amount, you could both afford to linger in bed. So you snuggled up against your boyfriend in return. With contented kisses and scattered whispers, Baxter indulged in having you completely to himself. Eventually, though, it was decided to bring the lazing about from the bed to the living room. Not even Baxter wanted to spend an entire day lounging in his room, and it was past the hours he shunned. As you got to your still slightly achy feet, you caught another glimpse of the sunset bird shirts sitting in a lump along with the rest of the excavated clothes. Unaware of what had captured your attention, Baxter got on his zebra print slippers and shuffled off ahead of you. You ambled into the living room after him, still in your PJs but with phone in hand. It was in case anyone reached out before you bothered to dress. This was your last full day in town, so odds were high someone would call or text any minute. Still thinking of the souvenir, you watched as Baxter slowly curled up on his preferred chair, the blue one tilted towards the windows. You took a spot on the couch. "Baxter, thanks for keeping the t-shirt." "Oh, you noticed." His usually pale cheeks flushed with color. It stood out even more starkly than usual considering his outfit was almost pure white. "Yes." Baxter explained himself with a flippant gesture of his hands, controlling his body more smoothly than he could his emotions. "I'm fond of it even now. I've never been able to part with it. But isn't that what souvenirs are for? Keeping for the long term? I'm being entirely reasonable for holding on to that after thoroughly leaving everything in Sunset Bird behind." He was entirely too aware of how ridiculous he sounded. Baxter had attempted to use humor to overcome the hurdle of sentimentality. Genuinely, I love him. That means a lot to me. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Casually, you glanced down at your phone. There was a little conscious thought to it. In the back of your mind, you might have been motivated to see the time or check for messages. Nothing of much importance. There was a new notification, and it stopped you in your tracks. Your eyes remained stuck to the device long enough for Baxter to ask if something was the matter. No, nothing was wrong. Not wrong at all. What had so completely captured your attention was that Baxter had been added to your group chat with Terry, Miranda, and Cove. It felt unreal. Only a week ago, Baxter was someone from the distant past, someone you were never meant to see again. And now there was his name in a friend chat. You had started dating him, but that addition was what fully let the situation sink in. Acceptance into your circle, a mundane yet crucial presence in your social space. Baxter was truly a part of your life again. Blake? He prompted you for a response again, now concerned. Sorry, it's fine. Check your phone. Baxter did so. He gathered the phone that matched his pajamas and color scheme and gave it a curious look. Oh. That was all he could mutter. Baxter drew the screen closer towards his face. He stared at the notification as hard as you imagined you'd done just seconds ago. You'd been so distracted by the initial revelation that you weren't even sure what the message said. The words hadn't penetrated your head. Trying again, you scanned your most recent texts. It started with an exuberant declaration from Terry. Hey buds, we gotta get together today. Let's do it in the evening. Everyone should be free then. Sure. You shook off the revere, still slowing you down, and reacted to the conversation. Hey Baxter, do you think we could invite Xavier? Interesting, but that's up to you and the others more than me. I'll agree with whatever you prefer. Alright, I guess I'll ask. Would anyone mind if I asked someone else to come? Xavier, they're Baxter's friend. They made the wedding cake. I like them. Do it. Ooh, I'd want to meet them. Cool. In that case, I'll text them. Thanks. You'd been counting on that. You didn't have Xavier's number. Baxter busied himself with that new task while more messages popped in the group chat. Miranda had another suggestion. We should meet at Jude and Scott's place. It's bigger and they're not using it. Yeah, they already said Blake could be there. They can't stop us now. I don't know where that is. Poor Cove. To others, that might read as disinterest or perhaps a complaint, but you could gauge the real worry that prompted his message. You're not going to be the one driving. We'll pick you up. Okay. Great. In your peripheral vision, you noticed motion. Baxter's fingers were still tapping away. He should have finished his invite to Xavier by now. That meant he was going to join the chat. We will see you this evening then. I'm looking forward to it. Very typical of Mr. Ward, though the exclamation mark was a bit festive. But then he signed the Blaze text off with a, "Most sincerely, your friend, Baxter Ward." Your phone lit up immediately, as if the device itself was chuckling. Terry LOL'd repeatedly. Cove could only think of commenting, "What?" Miranda didn't even have a reply. Most likely, she was laughing in real life. You let things end on that note. Baxter can be the one to send us off. I can't with him. You properly looked over to the man himself. Chuckling, Baxter surveyed the results of the digital bomb he dropped on the unsuspecting group chat. Then he placed his weapon down on the coffee table. His legs were crossed as he leaned comfortably into his boxy blue chair. I'd like to admit something, Blake. I had your number all along. Wait, he didn't delete me either? Of course, I never looked at it over the years we were apart, but didn't have it in me to delete it either. What? The memory of that first day flashed. When Baxter offered you a business card so you could contact him for professional purposes only, and asked for yours in return. How strange. The uncomfortable, distant atmosphere of that moment was so easy to remember, yet felt entirely separate from your reality. You had the hindsight to see now. Even then, it was obvious, inevitable, that you and Baxter wouldn't stay on bad terms for long. He was a softy who longed for your approval, certainly not a stranger who didn't want anything to do with you. Who truly didn't want anything to do with you. And there was no real chance he had deleted the number you'd given him. Baxter continued his story after kindly giving you the space to digest what he'd said. Recently, I found myself scrolling through our text history. You did? I read them too. Incredible. We can't help ourselves, At least the feeling is mutual. It was nice to see those old conversations. Him just so soft and sweet. Look at that face. Specifically when he does that with his eyes. I can't explain it, but it's giving like fucking puppy dog energy. Like I love him. Yeah. Both you and Baxter were taken in by feelings of sentimentality, speaking softly and enjoying the gentle warmth of shared memories. Until his features twisted wearily, the tale wasn't quite over. However, it would have been far more pleasant if only I hadn't been reminded of how I texted as a 19-year-old. Baxter placed a hand across his eyes woefully. I said sincerely your friend in a text wholly sincerely. How I had the nerve to view myself as someone without any social awkwardness I will never know. Don't worry, the statement was far more self-aware this time. I like your old formal way of texting. Thank you. Baxter's signature smirk wasn't missing from his face for long. Perhaps I stand to add a little flair to my written statements. But it was considerate of your friends to add me to the group. That's where you belong. Baxter smiled at you brilliantly. Then it settled. After evening plans were set, the two of you chatted in the kitchen and prepared a meal. Baxter got to prove once again, for all that even he couldn't bake, he could cook. Over breakfast, or rather brunch considering how late it was decided that you'd go out of the apartment for a while. Not to reach any particular place, just to enjoy the act of walking itself. You finished the food, cleaned up, and went into the midday sunshine. You and Baxter wandered Prisma Vista City with little purpose and zero plan. Baxter had set the direction to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city center, but that was all the thought that went into your path. There was no denying your surprise when he agreed to spend time doing this, easily at that. It wasn't exactly Baxter's style, an outing that didn't require at least a 20-minute drive. That wasn't predetermined to be exactly the right venue for the moment. Unheard of. But the shift in preference was only a good thing. Pushing himself to come up with a unique activity for every moment was an unfair standard to meet. Not to mention impossible considering you intended to spend many days together over the course of your lives. Reflecting on your past experiences with a full perspective, that was a pretty blatant sign of Baxter's greater problems. It wasn't merely that he was a tourist or wanted to make the most of his vacation. or that he was a planner who had to do his best for his clients. Baxter flat out didn't let himself have the kind of relationship with someone where all you needed was the other person. There had to be an angle, a point, an excuse to be together. None of that was necessary any longer. Finding somewhere new or doing something unexpected was fun, not crucial. And sometimes it was nicer to do nothing besides a walk and talk with someone you loved. On the way to nowhere in particular, Baxter took out his phone to check a newly received message. Normally, he wouldn't be so impolite as to read texts while entertaining a gentle person, but the both of you were waiting for a response. Xavier had gotten back about the RSVP invitation. Baxter read their exact statement aloud. They were flattered to be invited to whatever this thing was you were doing. He chuckled at their choice of words. I was gonna say, I love this so fucking much. One second, please. I'll send them the address, then we can continue fully unburdened. You know, I think we're both making a new friend. His snickers developed into a wholehearted laugh. It seems so. That was all it took to check off another event. You were prepared for the evening and could relish the hours before then. As the skyscrapers got shorter and shorter until they vanished, and the sounds of traffic became a distant hum drowned out by rhythmic waves of the sea, you told Baxter about yourself. You got to explain your career in detail and what the company was like. And you described the place you were living now that you were no longer in your parents' home. Baxter listened with keen interest. Now that is impressive. Thank you. Can I ask about you for a minute? You can. All right, I've been wondering, why are you here of all places? You could have lived anywhere. I don't get it. That was the genuine truth. Even as an adult, Baxter could confound and mystify you. The serene smile that'd been on his face for the past 10 minutes curled. Baxter revealed his secrets as smoothly as he normally avoided them. The way I saw it, after graduating, I had 3 choices of what to do. First, I could live in a state that I associated with my family, such as Oregon, where I grew up, or Colorado, where we took vacations. Second, I could pick a state I had no experience with whatsoever and move to at random. Or third and finally, I could live in a state I'd inhabited already and that I associated with my independent life. That would be Virginia and California. Of course, the third option held the most appeal in my humble opinion. And while Virginia has its positives, I enjoy its forests and the distinctly changing seasons. I never quite formed an attachment. It was so incredibly far from everything I was used to. I simply couldn't commit to being an East Coaster. Baxter flicked his wrist casually out towards the wide expanse in front of you both. So that was how I found myself returning to the dazzling coast of SoCal. This particular location was intended to be only a starting point. I knew I was coming from the complete other side of the country, and I at least knew I enjoyed the area. I expected to relocate once I had my bearings, It wasn't my intention to linger where I might not be welcomed. But who could have guessed it was harder to pack up and leave everything behind once you had silly things such as an actual apartment in your own name and a real career tying you down. Weeks passed, then months, and then, perhaps inevitably, I came face to face with one of the reasons I developed such a positive outlook on this state to begin with. There he paused. You didn't know how to fill it, or if you should, so you didn't. You let it remain. He smiled, and ultimately, Baxter continued. You know, it never ceases to amaze me. California is directly beside Oregon. I could practically walk there if I was industrious and stupid enough. Despite that, being here is a wholly different experience than what I had being raised in the neighboring state. Sometimes it seems as if I'm still a tourist, that I don't belong here, and everyone who passes by can smell the otherness on me. Other days, I have the confidence to think I've found my own place in the world. The eye contact between you and Baxter locked meaningfully when he spoke that line. To wrap up this long story, I'd say, in the end, I made the right choice. I think so too, Baxter. I do adore when we agree. A pleasant breeze passed over the sea. It came over to ruffle your hair. You breathed in the salty air, letting it warm your body. Meanwhile, Baxter snorted it out. He'd been pointedly ignoring how close you'd gotten to the ocean, but his discomfort was swiftly replaced by a self-aware smile. Though as ever, I'm here paying an absolute premium for a perk I do not even want, this stunning seaside view. I didn't know that. You still don't like going in the ocean? Yes, I haven't so much as dipped my toes in since living here. Regrettable, isn't it? Would you want to change that? We're already here. From the keen way he grinned, you got the impression the two of you had been on the same mind before you'd done a thing. He did adore when you agreed. I take it you're still partial to the ocean? Absolutely. I see. Baxter whispered, his eyes fixed on the endless blue that surrounded you. Well, I should confess, I am fairly tired of having so many regrets. Especially ones as difficult to avoid as 70% of the planet's surface, and doing so in California, no less. Baxter lifted a leg to remove one black shoe and the matching black sock. He repeated the process with his other side. Then he took hold of the two sets of footwear in a single hand. He used the free hand to roll up his suit pants to just above his ankles. He was making a clear statement of intent. Baxter Ward would be going in that water, but not deeply. You slipped your shoes off to join him. Your movement caught Baxter's attention. He waited for you to finish before forging ahead. The two of you stepped off the sturdy concrete path onto the shifting sands of the shore. Baxter had gone up on his tiptoes before positioning himself in a dark, wet patch. He could wait for the ocean to come the rest of the way to him. It was a compromise. I didn't know you'd dip your toes in that, literally. Giggles bubbled up between you and Baxter like the foam of a wave. This is rapid progress, 10 times greater than dipping in a single toe. And on that cue, the ocean repeated its perpetual motion and rushed over the beach. The cool water shot past you and Baxter, swirling and pooling around your feet. Ah. He instinctively reached out to take hold of your wrist. There was something incredibly nostalgic about the moment. You were patient as he floundered in a few inches of water. It was a sensation Baxter had never gotten used to. Slowly, cautiously, Baxter let his grip on your arm slip. He stood on his own two tip-toed feet. He maneuvered around on the pads of his feet with his heels still lifted. Blake, did you know I almost took ballet classes instead of rather than ballroom? Are you trying to trick me? You're getting too clever. He smirked completely unapologetically. That's not true. I only ever wanted to do formal ballroom dancing. However, I'm not pretending when I say the dance hall I learned at did also have ballet lessons, and that I often caught bits and pieces of them. I fucking caught him! I know him too well! Thank you for the hydrate reminder. I called his bitch ass out. I'm like, you try and trick me. You try and get me with your made up fucking facts. In an attempt to display what he had picked up on from watching the other class, and using the fact that he was already on his toes, Baxter made a short leap. After making a splash, he attempted a pirouette in wet sand. Baxter swirled barely halfway around before getting stuck. At least he didn't tip over. For someone who acts exceedingly professional, you can be so silly. Now that is a fact. Baxter halted his frolicking to tuck his shirt back into his pants. It had started coming loose when he took another flying skip. He was having fun. And your summer stroll continued on, though now it was side by side along the shore. You took the spot in the row that was deeper in the water. Baxter's confidence buoyed with you. In between him and the vastness of the ocean, waves came and went, tickling his feet, and he didn't flinch. Though it might not have been the looking that actually did it. Baxter had graduated from clinging to your wrist to properly holding your hand. That was likely the stronger lifeline. Soon Baxter was walking on the whole of his feet, becoming more confident with every step. Letting out a contented sigh, Baxter made a declaration. Well, I still won't go swimming today, but perhaps I'll get there eventually after all. I hope you will be there to see that crowning achievement. I will be. Thank you, Blake. On and on, you and Baxter moved forward together. At lunchtime, Baxter suggested you get a meal at the Ocean restaurant where you first reunited. He was surprisingly sentimental, considering what a cynical teenager he used to be. But considering how often he'd walked down memory lane over the last few days, maybe you should start expecting it from the Baxter of today. I was gonna say, look at him conquering his fucking fears and shit. All grown up and stuff. And besides that, you were happy to do it. That first day, Baxter had fled the scene before dinner had even started. Having a makeup meal would be a good way to bring things full circle. Luckily, you managed to snag a table without much of a wait. Baxter got a late black coffee and salmon entry. Words are getting hard. I've been at this almost 12 hours. It's fine. The two of you indulged in an entirely unrushed meal. But as much as you savored the time, you eventually had to return home so you'd have time to finish packing before the next outing. Baxter was even inspired to finally clean up those clothes strewn about from the morning of the wedding. It might have taken him a while to get around to that, but no one could say he did a poor job. Baxter's closet was neater and more organized than a high-end formal wear store by the time he was done. You got your own work taken care of too. As the sun began to set, it was time to go see your friends, and not yours in the way that they were yours alone, but the friends you shared with Baxter. You left the tidy apartment and went straight to the suburbs. Parking in his usual spot across the street, the both of you exited his car. You ambled up towards the front of the house, and then Baxter gave the doorbell a prompt ring. The person who answered the door at the Adam household couldn't have been either of the Adams, you knew that. What you hadn't expected was the 6'4" figure of Cove Holden. Damn, 6'4"? Dude is tall as shit. But there were no complaints. You and your longtime companion immediately shared beaming smiles. It couldn't be helped. You were happy whenever you got to see each other, and it was the same for him. Hi, Blake. Hi, Cove. I'm happy to be here. But since Cove got the reward of being the first to greet you, he also had to take on the responsibility of greeting the other guest who arrived. Sheepishly, he glanced at Baxter. Hey, thanks for coming. Hello, Cove. Thank you for allowing me to attend. Yeah, so, come in. Y'all know at this point Baxter and I are a fucking package deal, bro. That shit happened the second we got back together. Like, we attached at the hip a little bit. Cove punctuated that with a tilt of his head, totally foregoing any explanations or even an acknowledgement of the strange circumstances. He then turned his whole body to go. You followed him into your former abode. Pretty. Inside, you found an even bigger surprise than you had at the entryway. This friendly get-together was in fact an actual party. The brown leather couches and matching wood coffee table had been removed from the room entirely. There was also the addition of twinkling fairy lights strung along the walls. What are they doing? At the center of it were Terry and Randy, looking quite pleased with themselves. Those two had to have been the masterminds for whatever was happening. I love the lights. It's so pretty. Baxter glanced to Cove, confused but hopeful that the green-haired man might be only a henchman and more willing to spill the plan. Cove's smile had gone lopsided, and he merely shrugged one shoulder. Ta-da! It's an appreciation party, you know, for everything you did for Jude and Scott's wedding. Terry respectfully saluted your arrival like you were fellows in arms. We couldn't have done it without you. Stop, I loved them. Right, and Terry helped a ton too. He did more than even me, I think. But I already have a different thank you for that. Yep. Terry draped one arm around his darling girlfriend and used the other to make an arc through the air. She's gonna take me to a bunch of beaches down the coast of California. It's gonna be historic. "Oh, you're going on a trip?" Baxter was attempting amazement with his reaction, but a knowing amusement couldn't be fully removed from his tone, neither could the hint of a chuckle. It came across like a teacher being impressed that their student told them 10 came after 9. Miranda squeezed her eyes shut and grasped Terry's hand. She mouthed, "Thank you." "That is wonderful." "Thanks. Anyway." Not wanting to make the evening about her, and because she was embarrassed, Miranda swiftly changed the subject. "You can both enjoy yourselves now. Blake did all the work for free, and Baxter, you didn't get to enjoy the ceremony or reception since you were running them. We really wanted to do at least a little something to make up for it." She's speaking for the three of us. Cove actually helped with this entire event. Isn't that amazing? Hey, I'm not a party person, but I try as much as I can. You certainly do, Cove. We appreciate you as well. Also, there's food. Sorry there's no homemade cupcakes. We've got other stuff, though. Thank you so much. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Baxter's voice softened. His disbelief was honest that time. Getting your own appreciation party had definitely caught you off guard initially. But honestly, you should have known that group would have something up their sleeves. They'd become addicted to the party planning life, and they always returned your kindness in turn. Baxter should have too, now that you thought about it. This was already the second party these people had thrown for his sake. Miranda ended your train of thought with a clap of her hands. She was smiling sweetly. If you want, we could even get dressed up again to make it a fancy party. It wouldn't be any trouble. There's enough time to do it and come back. And I know there's not a lot of chances to do something like that. Ah. Baxter's gaze darted to you. Yours did the same towards him. His mouth hung open slightly as you shared a silent look. And then you laughed, freely and fully. Ah. The trio of celebration conspirators were suddenly at a complete loss. I apologize. Baxter covered his mouth with a hand, realizing belatedly that his behavior was not quite gentlemanly. This is genuinely thoughtful, and it means a great deal to me that you went to the effort. The humor here is, well, the truth is, Blake and I already had that same conversation. And we already gave ourselves an opportunity to dance in formal attire again. It was just last night, in fact. What? Oh no, the whole group is shook. Your friend group erupted in unison, even faster than when Baxter gave a formal sign-off through text. Terry threw his hands up impassionedly. Do you know how fast we put this together? He kept one arm straight out in the air, holding up 2 fingers. It hasn't even been 2 days. Correct. We don't waste time, I'm afraid. They tried, and it's the thought that counts, and it's so fucking sweet they did this. But also, oof that we bursted their party planning bubble. Baxter's cool answer dropped Terry's arm and his jaw for good measure. There's a limit. You cannot be that much of a social butterfly. Be a snail sometimes, B-man. Not be a snail sometimes. Miranda gently took hold of Terry's shoulder, It grounded him enough to stop sputtering about insect metaphors. Then she took her own turn at asking questions. Where did you go? Baxter slipped his fingers down his smirking mouth. He gestured the hand with a casual flick of his wrist. We have a place. Wow. Exactly as you hadn't expected them to arrange a celebration in your honor, Miranda and Terry and Cove never could have guessed you and Baxter would have had your own little party for two. This is still great. Exactly. Baxter restarted his efforts to convey his appreciation. Having a chance to celebrate with everyone here is incredibly special. Thank you all. And if it helps, our impromptu outing didn't include decorations or refreshments, excluding still water and paper cups. His words landed, and around the room bewildered stares regained their spark. Terry punched a fist into his opposite palm. Got it. Forget fancy clothes. Let's eat those snacks already. Yeah, that's good with me. Okay. The crowd migrated towards the dining table. It was stacked with a mix of sweet and savory, and pre-made and homemade delights. I love that they did this, and I think it's really important for Baxter that they did this, like, without me. Like, the fact that they came up with it on their own, I think he needed that. I think that, like, solidified things for him. Getting all dolled up might have been motivated by Baxter's preferences, but the food was clearly to your tastes. All your friends knew you well, but there was one person in particular who was likely to thank for that. It came in handy to have someone around who'd been by your side for almost your entire life. Still, there was enough variety that everyone else spotted something in the spread they wanted to. A big draw was the single bright red handle of the controller cake that ended up on the menu. Terry assured you and Baxter they got permission for that. Just don't touch the wedding cake. They're saving it for themselves, and you wouldn't want to see Scott steamed. Uh-huh. After all the drama with that thing, those guys grew attached. The party kicked off as the gang snacked and chatted. Cove, while piling a tiny plate with one of everything, mentioned how his dad was doing good. Same old, same old. Mr. Holden sent you a hi back. He said hey to the wedding planner guy too, though they never really talked before, not even when Baxter was staying in Sunset Bird. That was nice. Baxter cracked a joke that if he'd known this was such a grand event, he would have brought a bottle of champagne. Terry helpfully explained that if Baxter had known this was a grand event, it wouldn't have been a surprise anymore. Baxter nodded at those wise words. Miranda listened in on the exchange, but didn't give her 2 cents on it. She quietly ate her slice of cake. Then the doorbell buzzed. That put a pause on the conversation. Baxter was the first to react to the call. Allow me. I believe I'm familiar with who is there. Yeah, go ahead. He politely excused himself, and in only a minute he was leading the newest guest into the room. Xavier had a large plastic container in hand. What's this? They asked musically while glancing around at the dazzling fairy lights. I didn't know you were inviting me to a party. We didn't either. In a smaller voice than usual, Miranda tried to explain herself to the stranger. It's so fucking cute. We're also gonna do a quick Wi-Fi check, because guess what? Surprise! I have officially been streaming for 12 hours. Oh no! Very oh no! But it's fine. It's okay, back to it. Thank you for the hydration reminder, appreciate it. Holy nuggets. You know, if I was ever gonna do a 12-hour streams, I'm not surprised it's because of Baxter, to be honest. I forgot just how long these are. Sorry, it was meant to be a surprise appreciation party for Blake and Baxter. That's so sweet, and it means I was right to bring something to serve. Now I can also share my appreciation. It's miscellaneous leftovers from today's selection at stake, but still, they're fresh enough. Whoa, thanks! You're welcome. One of the many perks of being friends with a baker. Xavier, you're too kind. I regret even further not thinking to bring something myself. Why would you have to? It's your party. Introductions were exchanged as Xavier cracked open the treasure chest of treats. Inside were eclairs, brownies, and a variety of muffins. They were given a spot at the table and a plate for snacks. Xavier wasn't a stranger anymore. Taking a snappy bite of a chip, Terry said something you didn't entirely understand. We've almost got a full house. Almost? Miranda replied to your question over her shoulder while she searched the room. You hadn't even noticed she started that. I'm gonna get Jude and Scott on a video call. Wait, is it fine to bother them on their honeymoon? Baxter's brow disappeared under his bangs and he shot out a concerned look. Miranda nonchalantly located her purse and, more importantly, retrieved herself from it. Is it fine? They're gonna be insulted, no, heartbroken, if they don't get to check in on what's up with us kids. The phone was already ringing. Randy held it out towards her face as she navigated to the snack table. Terry's right. They've been calling me all the time. I've already got to talk about the plan. That's how I knew it was fine to serve the cake. And move their stuff. Then I will leave this to your discretion. Baxter ran a tense hand through his hair. Few things chafed him more than reaching out to someone when he wasn't completely, entirely, and wholly certain they wanted it. But he was learning how to face that fear. The ringing stopped, and, in its place, a deep voice filled the space, coming from thousands of miles away. Yo, Randy, Scott's here too. Hello from the southern hemisphere. Were they surprised? You can ask them yourself. She flipped her screen around to reveal Jude and Scott squishing together so they both appeared on screen. Terry and Cove both waved, though only Terry spoke out. Hello from your other house. Hi, I'm Xavier. I made the wedding cake. How nice that we could meet after all. Cool, thanks for that. It's amazing to see you. Your cake was stunning and delicious. You're welcome, I'm flattered. Baxter smoothed out non-existent lines in his jacket and gave a perfectly proper greeting, as if he was meeting the two for the first time. In a way, he was. This would be Baxter's first encounter with the men as anything other than people who needed his services. To someone else it might have been nothing, but to Baxter it was monumental. Thank you for letting us make use of your home as a venue. I've never had more considerate clients. You started it. You treated us as way more than just clients. In his excitement, Scott knocked his husband's phone. Scott managed to steady it and get back in frame before any real harm could come to the device. Remember the groom's cake? An appreciation party fits the bill. Ah, yes, that was. Well, seriously, dude, relax. We're friends. The ruler straight line of Baxter's shoulders relaxed. He released a silent breath. Yes, I suppose we are. That keeps happening to me. I'm glad for it. Off to the side, Terry smiled mischievously. Rather than joining the conversation, he posed a question exclusively towards Miranda. He's friends with all of us, right? We're sure on that now. Well, I hope so. Maybe we're not grown up enough for him. Baxter graciously ignored the light teasing and gifted them with a rare, earnest admission, though you had a feeling it wouldn't be such an uncommon thing any longer. Of course, I'm friends with you, and you are friends with me. That's why we're here with each other. And don't worry, the closing of this celebration, and the end of summer itself, won't be farewell. I'll be available for you as far as I can possibly foresee the future. You know where to find me, and I'll make my own efforts to maintain these lovely friendships. Good, keep it that way. Baxter couldn't speak further. The most he could pull together was a shaky smile at the two men on the other end of the call. Then he cast his eyes around the room. Baxter was quite literally surrounded by people who wanted to be there for him. It was enough to choke you up. You knew more than most about Baxter's emotional struggles with other people, but mainly himself. You experienced the ups and downs, the intense closeness and vast distances. None of it changed the truth. He was a good man. Somehow, someday, someone would have seen that. It was inconceivable otherwise. Baxter would have found the friends he deserved no matter what. You were so grateful you got to be numbered among them. Though you weren't Baxter's friend, per se, you were his partner. And by that point, everyone knew. Everyone except the ones housing the party in your honor. Jude and Scott were behind the times since going on vacation. Your gaze slowly crept away from the crowd and to your new lover. When your eyes reached his face, you realized he was already looking back at you. He was thinking what you were thinking. You couldn't imagine any other reason Baxter would suddenly stall. You nodded at him meaningfully. This was the time for him to speak up. He got your message and cleared his throat. Ahem, Mr. and Mr. Adam, or should I say my dear friends Jude and Scott. Since we are close and care about each other's lives, I think you may want to be made aware of a recent event. Baxter might have accepted friends into his life, but how he was supposed to speak to them was another aspect of healthy social behavior that he needed more practice with. Yes? Tell us. Uh-huh. Luckily, Scott and Jude listened to the ramble with equal parts curiosity and patience. It was equal because Scott was 100% intrigued, and Jude was 100% chill. Between the two, it evened out. Baxter grinned sharply. He did not keep them waiting any longer. Wonderful. I'm Blake's boyfriend. Really? They're so cute. Scott gasped out a single word. His glasses nearly fell off his face with how fast he leaned forward. At least he didn't hit the phone that time. Are we the last to hear about this? Randy couldn't help teasing both her big brothers. Yep, it's been a whole 2.5 days already. You're slow. We were kinda busy. Wait, hold up. Jude shut his mouth and squinted. He was mentally counting the days. After being in the bliss of a literal honeymoon stage, It took a second before he had a grasp on the normal passage of time. You started dating at our wedding? He figured it out. It was after you had left. Scott pushed his glasses back into place, letting that revelation truly sink in. Our wedding brought another couple together. No, we brought a couple back together. That's awesome. It is. Thank you. Jude snuck his hand past Scott to ruffle his curls. His face was full of pride and something else, too. Yeah, of course. Who could have seen this coming, huh? Scott snorted into his husband's shoulder. Baxter used the opportunity to lean over and whisper in your ear. I didn't quite get a chance to admit this, but Jude accused me of having feelings for you during that day I was alone with the two. I managed to dodge the question at the time, but Jude has been proven quite right. Ah, Jude fucking knew. Okay, that's cute as hell though. I love that. Oh. Your turn to be surprised. He could have that one. It was extremely funny seeing the usually mild Jude get puffed up. At about the same time, an entirely different conversation was occurring. So now that it's official and everybody knows, we've got to go on a triple date for real sometime. What? It'd be fun. Remember the bowling? Jude replied flatly, not moved in the slightest. Miranda nodded firmly in agreement with her family. It's weird to go on a date with my little sister. The bowling was different. They weren't a couple then. But Terry merely waved off the siblings' concerns. We'll work on the details later. But hey, we don't have to stand around. Terry suddenly declared. The party was really about to start. Let's get the music going. It's time to dance. That got Cove to snort, amused. You're really high energy about slow dancing. True, and that would be delightful. Okay, I've got it. Randy scurried off, as if someone might beat her to the chore if she wasn't quick enough. In one corner was a speaker used at the wedding. She flipped a couple switches on it. Her phone had been left propped up on a counter, screen facing out. Scott and Jude could have hung up at any point, yet remained on the line. They'd decided to attend the whole shebang long distance. The two had plenty of experience with that. It was nice to be there, to spend time together. Nobody had it in them to draw attention to it, but the thank you party had a dual purpose. It was also a farewell party. After it was over, you couldn't be sure when you'd see most of these people again, at least in person. You needed to make the most of the opportunity. A delicate melody drifted into your ears. It filled out your own mind and the world around you. Then you caught eyes with Baxter. He'd been watching your face, presumably for however long he'd been lost in thought. Don't worry about me. We came together, but that doesn't mean only I can have your attention. I think I'll take a moment to wander the floor. Enjoy yourself. Baxter's polite distance wasn't to avoid you. He was trying not to hinder you from having fun with the rest of the party. How considerate. He was, shockingly, the person you'd spent the most time with during the trip. It was all your other friends who'd gotten the short end of the stick. Okay, see you. Baxter bowed out there, but you'd catch up with him later. For now. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. This is hopefully going to be our last break, and then we're gonna see this shit out to the end, buddies. 12 hours in. Woo, let's go! Okay, I'll be back. Okie dokie. Let's hop in and finish this thing up, shall we? Uh, You'd take turns dancing with everyone else. So first, you went over to Terry and Miranda. The other happy couple was dancing. Terry was leading Miranda in a properly formal back and forth step. You waited for them to finish before speaking up. Hi, Blake. Hey, bud. Can I have a dance with both of you? Definitely. Oh yeah, we can all dance. Terry threw an arm around your shoulder before pulling Miranda in on his other side. He squeezed you and began to sway. Miranda laughed as she let herself be carried by the motion. Terry wasn't in any way effective for slow dance. It wasn't in any way effective for slow dancing and was incredibly funny, and you wouldn't have preferred it anything else. They're so cute. I love them. My fucking friends, bro. Blake? Thanks again for coming here and doing all of this. I know it wasn't much of a vacation, but maybe you had some fun? I did. This has been amazing. You meant that deeply. Jude and Scott's wedding was something you were going to remember forever no matter what. But the trip back to the area you grew up in had been an irreplaceable experience in another, entirely unpredictable way. Miranda, Terry, and you didn't have to vocalize it. You knew what the quiet meant. Each one of you had gotten a new friend as a reward for participating. And for you, he became more than a friend. It was truly wonderful. Then Terry concluded the silent moment with a contented sigh. I'd say our latest endeavors have been great successes, both in personal relationships and our careers. Our careers? Randy put a hand on her hip and leveled an amusedly unimpressed glance. Here we go again. Yes, as party planners. How many amazing bashes have we thrown at this point? I've lost count. 3, Terry. You contributed to 3 celebrations. Unless you count that summer soiree as a separate thing. Then it's 4. Impressive. How is that event company Baxter works at not offered us positions yet? Before you or Miranda could get in a word on how you felt about this new direction in life you were being volunteered for, Terry's face went completely deadpan. That is a joke, people. I'm unavailable for future party planning committees for at least a year. The comebacks on the tip of your tongues died, replaced entirely by giggles. Good, 'cause I'm not either. Next time, let's hire Baxter from the start. Hear, hear. Well, I appreciate the last party you'll ever put on. It's top-notch. Aw, thanks. We're going out with a bang. You and your buddies had fun together for the length of one song, and then you broke off to mingle further. You grabbed Miranda's phone with the ongoing Jude and Scott call. Let's see what the buddies are up to. Earlier, Miranda had propped her phone on a side table and angled the camera towards the dance floor. It was a relief that your long-distance hosts hadn't hung up. You hadn't gotten a chance to properly say goodbye. When you peeked into their tiny rectangle world, you saw Scott and Jude pushing each other's shoulders back and forth to the rhythm of music while whispering among each other. It gave the impression of proud parents watching their many children in a school musical. You scooped up the phone and spun around. Scott was the first to catch the movement. Oh, look! He pressed a hand to Jude's chest to stop him in place. Hi, Blake. Yo, how are you doing? I'm good. Thank you again for the party. What? It's nothing. It's nothing 'cause we did nothing for it. Sorry, honeymoon. You let us have it at your house. That's a lot. Yeah. Don't trash the place. Or if you do, clean it up before we can see it. You're crazy, Grant. The freckled newlywed snorted and bumped Scott with his shoulder again. Seriously, where did this party animal come from? Nothing teaches you to understand what it means to have an event than planning one yourself. Jude, it's hard work and you've got to enjoy it. I hear you. Jude playfully rolled his eyes away from Scott, then his gaze set on you. Hey Blake, you know how me and Scott got to know each other? Oh, you met in a game, right? Yep, it was sheer luck. Scott eagerly jumped in on that topic. Twice. What? Really? Really. We didn't get it the first time. We were playing a shooter online and got randomly put against each other in a game. My team lost and sucked, but I did alright. Come on, it was more than alright. Jude was the best player there. After a while, I wasn't even competing against a whole team. It was just him. We might have won the game, technically, but in terms of one-on-one results, I was only second place. So I did what any guy who likes a challenge would do. I sent him a friend request ASAP. Jude accepted it that same day. The two men had different reactions to the walk down memory lane. Jude lowered his chin bashfully, which made it impossible to see him scratching his head at the top of the screen. Scott was grinning boldly. He pulled his glasses further up his nose. I can't even remember why I did. I normally wouldn't bother. It was cool he saw me personally as competition. I guess it made me see him that way too. That's about what you imagined so far, based on the little you knew of their history. They were people from different places, brought together by happenstance, based on a shared interest. It was impressive they made an impression on each other after a single game. What was the second chance? Oh, right. Where was I? Jude and I played games occasionally over, a few months. Always against each other, and never talking. That probably wouldn't have changed if it was up to us. We were two warriors who'd cross swords before continuing our own separate journeys. But we got lucky again. One night, when I was up playing a totally different game, a guy with the same username came up, but this time it was on my team. There was a voice chat then, so I asked if he was the person I kinda knew. I was that person. That was the first time I ever heard Jude. It blew my mind. Scott and Jude were excited at that point, as if they were experiencing the realization for the first time again. Yeah, we were cracking up in the chat. It had to be annoying to whoever else was there and just wanted to play. They kicked us out. The rest of the story came out in a flurry of back and forths. They tag teamed telling you, like they probably worked together in games. I didn't care about the round anyway. We kept playing our stuff ourselves the entire night. The hours flew by. It was ridiculously fun, and we figured out we're almost the same age and had really similar tastes in games, and not so much with other things. Though, much later, we learned we had something else pretty important in common. We're both gay. Now we're married. I guess you could say the rest is history. That's so cute! I love that for them. That was fucking adorable. Thanks. Yeah. And Blake, Good luck with your own dude you randomly ran into. I get why Baxter is sticking around. I can't believe he came to this party. I didn't think it'd be that easy, but that's great. You're good to your friends, Blake. Or your friends and your new boyfriend. I can't believe that one either. One more time, congratulations. Thank you. Then you carefully set the phone down so the husbands could continue their own dancing. That was adorable. I loved that. Okay, where were we? Who's next? You walked towards Cove. He was smiling as you neared. Hey. Hey. Wanna dance? Cove didn't question that. He was expecting those two words. Yeah. You took each other's hand and slowly moved as one on the makeshift dance floor. On the other side of the room, Terry ended up taking Baxter for a spin. Miranda was snapping pictures. Well, they looked to be having fun. Cove had to look at you through eyes squinted along the bottom, since his cheeks were lifted high from his grin. We finally get to see each other without everyone else for a change. Well, they're still here, but at least they're doing other things. He tilted his chin in the direction of the two models cutting a rug in front of the photographer, catching every angle of it. If you recalled right, Randy's cousin was the photographer at the wedding. Perhaps it ran in the family. You and Cove refocused at the same second. You'd known each other for enough years to have that level of synchronization. You could instinctively feel when a pause would end. Anyway, how have you been? Since when we saw each other at the wedding and right now, it kind of feels like way more happened than usual. I'm good. What about you? I'm good too now. You hadn't missed that little now Cove tacked on the end. So, I hope you liked the party. I think you all did a great job. Cool, then it was worth it. We spent most of the day putting it together, the food and decorations and stuff. Cove's eyes rested closed as he released a long, tired breath. I really didn't know what I was missing when I only half took part in this sort of thing. Then he shot you a bent smile and angled those wavy brows of his. I was definitely right to be too busy to help much all those other times. Thanks for being here. Cove melted sweetly. No matter how many years you knew each other, nothing was more reassuring to him than you. You're welcome. Oh, and thanks for making me a goodie bag. That was great. You're welcome. Thank you for helping with the snacks here. Neither of you needed to affirm what you already knew. You merely had to appreciate it. After that, you continued to chat, reminiscing about previous parties you'd attended while growing up, and guessing which events you might be guests at next. Eventually, you parted ways. You wanted to say hi to everyone there, and Cove preferred to stay where he was. Xavier, my friend, my new friend. Kinda old friend. New friend, old acquaintance. They were hanging out at the edge of the main action, still trying to get used to this venue. You raised a hand, palm up, as you approached. Xavier's brow lifted in time with that. Would you mind having a dance? Really? Me? I'm flattered." They placed their hand into yours without another word. Then you took one step to lead them onto the dance floor. That was when something incredible happened. Miranda managed to request to dance with Baxter. It looked like she was trying hard to be bolder with friends as well as her boyfriend. Her gumption took Baxter by surprise. However, he'd never decline a lady's request for a waltz. They took it slow and steady. Terry hung around the pair as a moving, cheering audience of one. Xavier noticed the unexpected exchange too. Though for them, it was Baxter's behavior that felt shocking. They didn't know about Miranda or how she'd grown. They did have experience with Mr. Ward. Quite a party. The first time I met Baxter, he didn't say a single word that wasn't a polite greeting, a farewell, or explicitly related to the wedding work. No matter how reasonable he presented himself as, it was going too far. I had to assume he didn't care for other people or didn't know how to truly interact with them. And the more times he came to my shop, the more confident I became about that second theory. I liked his company anyway, especially when he let loose and made a joke or two. That was monumental. We developed a protective and trusting working relationship. That's all it amounted to for Baxter, but I had decided we were friends on behalf of the both of us. Their reminiscing ended, and Xavier was suddenly grinning squarely at you. Still, who knew I'd ever be attending a house party with him? I wonder if you had a say in making that happen. Yeah, I had to be the one who suggested inviting you, but Baxter was fully supportive of it. Xavier chuckled, light and airy and unoffended. Thanks for accommodating someone like him and for thinking of me. I believe you and I could get along too. Would you want to exchange numbers? We can stay in touch even when you leave that way. Oh, I'd like that. Lovely. They took out a pale purple phone with a pastel-toned rainbow keychain. You got their contact saved into your device, and they did the same for you. That was that. You'd successfully made another friend. After a pleasant conversation about random aspects of your lives, anything could be said. Since you still had everything to learn, the two of you split off. You wanted to go find the man you came with. Xavier understood entirely and let you go to him. This is so fucking cute. I love this. They're just adorable. Like, I love them. I fucking can't, bro. Finally, you reunited with Baxter. Though finally might have been too strong a thought. It'd been maybe 20 minutes. It was not another 5-year reunion. Something like that would never happen again. Baxter hadn't said a word yet, and neither had you, but he was already smirking. Hello, Blake. You're at this lovely soiree as well? What a coincidence. Next thing I know, I'll find you in my very own bed. I think it might be a little too late for maybes on that one. Very true, darling. He called you darling. Now, might I ask you for a dance? You may. You held out your hand for him. Baxter accepted without a second's hesitation, and your first dance together of the day began. Around you, Terry and Miranda shared another dance of their own. Baxter had a new partner keeping him busy. Also, the two of them loved each other and wanted to be together. Xavier was dancing with Miranda's phone. They were probably curious to speak more with their former clients. And Cove was content to keep watch. He'd never been a fancy-footed guy. No one pressured him to do something he wouldn't want to. I certainly do owe the group my thanks. It doesn't matter that we went out only the night before. I'm grateful every opportunity for this. Me too. That might have been the Adams living room, but the atmosphere really had changed. Baxter's face was bright even in the low light, thanks to the way the dangling fairy strands caught his eyes. That, coupled with the gentle piano floating through the air, transported you to a grand ballroom. But the most significant aspect that had you swept away was the fact that you were there with Baxter Ward. He could enchant you anywhere in the world. And for a moment, you forgot there were others in the room. One song blended into another as the night continued on and on. Eventually, however, the gang decided to let their dancing feet rest and return to the snacks. Baxter wasn't hungry. Instead, he wondered if he could get some fresh air. "It's your party," was Jude's succinct reply. With that, Baxter politely excused himself from the room. He made eye contact with you as he passed. That was an opening to join him if you'd ever seen one. Subtle wasn't usually his forte, but he could make use of it when needed. You made your own explanations and left the gathering. Outside, Baxter was waiting for you on the sidewalk in front of the Adams house. He had his hands deep in his pockets while gazing at the starry sky. Night had fallen over the world while you'd been dancing. You came to his side and Baxter began to speak without turning his head. He knew it was you. "Honestly, I was feeling out of my element. Not so surprisingly. Parties might be my forte in general, but my wealth of experience with social gatherings doesn't extend further than being cordial to near strangers. Hanging out in a group of friends, my skills are rusty to say the least. Take all the time you need." His chin lowered and his shoulder raised. A pleased little smile grew along Baxter's face. Then he swept an arm through the still warm air of a Californian summer. "Well, here we are, in the middle of an unassuming neighborhood street I happen to be visiting. For all my intentions of being intriguing, a good amount of the moments we've spent together have been in a similar setting to this, haven't they? We had our first unexpected reunion on your street. Many of our best laid plans were imagined there. It's where I asked you out for the first time. And of course, we parted ways while standing in the road between our two homes at that time. Yeah. When you'd first arrived on that street only a week ago to help prepare a wedding, you never could have imagined where it would lead. How you could be there in the exact same spot it started and have everything be different now." Baxter continued to gently muse. "I suppose that was part of the issue. I didn't consider myself appealing enough as a person to be worth the time, so I wanted the support of an exciting or interesting backdrop for meetups. But it shouldn't matter that much where you are if you enjoy who you're with." "You're right. I'd go anywhere with you, and I'd be there if you're not going any place at all, too." His eyes closed, too bashful to meet your bold-faced affection directly, but Baxter let it wash over him. I'm thankful I was wrong about you and mostly myself. The quiet pause forming was completely shot with a default jingle going off and a vibration in your pocket. Baxter's phone and yours got notifications at the same time. The group chat? Baxter muttered, lifting one brow. You reached for your devices to check. He was correct. Randy, Terry, and Cove had started streaming in messages. Each one was identical. An emoji of champagne glasses clinking. And then Miranda added a couple more from Jude and Scott, she noted. Cove dropped another on Xavier's behalf, too. Then, for good measure, Terry started spamming champagne glasses. Baxter snorted as the gang gave this digital cheers. If you had to guess, you'd single out Miranda as the person behind this, not only because she messaged first, but because it was just the kind of small, sweet gesture she'd pull. Randy must have been brainstorming some way to make Baxter's offhanded remark come true since he'd made it. And she found a lot of success with the idea. Baxter was still grinning like a schoolboy at a screen. They certainly do have the spirit of pro-event planners, finding possibilities to make a celebration special, even if the circumstances aren't what the guest originally imagined. We have good friends. Yes, we do. Then, you added your own little glass to the set. You wouldn't miss joining a toast to your and Baxter's honor. Finally, Baxter put his own champagne emoji along with the others. To complete the gesture, he even lifted his phone like it was a long-stemmed glass. That unnecessary level of class was very him. Nothing more came in from the rest of the party, so you shared a casual observation while putting your phone away. You know, usually everyone would tease me more. Baxter listened closely as he placed his own phone into his jacket. What we got when we told them about us wasn't that much. No one joked that we've been out here so long they were worried we snuck off to get married already. They've really reined it in. I think it's because they're worried about scaring you. Baxter smacked a hand over his mouth. He had to reply through his fingers and in between laughs. That is a fair theory. I haven't been easy to speak with. However, I'm less frightened by people now than I ever imagined I could be. He met your eyes once more, slipping that hand around yours instead. And far, far happier as well. His expression was heart-wrenchingly bittersweet. And I will miss you so much when you go, Blake. There was no getting around the fact that your situations had reversed. You were there simply for a visit. It wasn't your home, and you were going to have to leave tomorrow. It made your chest squeeze to think about. He would be left here without you, and you'd have to go without him. Ah, don't worry. Seeing sadness cloud your face, Baxter immediately offered reassurances. I sincerely swear I will respond when you reach out and keep in touch myself. He pulled out his most bold grin, even if his words still faltered a bit at the end. Every day, multiple times a day in fact. Well, if that wouldn't be an annoyance. I have no issues dating long distance. The concern was awfully sweet, though you hadn't intended to worry him. I believe you, Baxter. Baxter's poise loosened and his expression grew soft. He'd realized his actions weren't the cause of your pain. It remained that Baxter's first instinct was to see mistakes in everything he did and to assume he didn't know how to make someone happy. But your issue was only in how you couldn't be with him even longer. For that, he had another promise. And he paired it with a truly gentlemanly kiss on the back of the hand he still held. I imagine we won't be apart for terribly long. You see, I need a break after my last clients were something of a rush job. The company understands. And I don't know where this concept came from, but recently I've been thinking about taking a little vacation. A spark of hope immediately went off inside your head. It was bright enough to lighten your face. Baxter pounced on the hint of interest, smirking deviously. It wouldn't be anything grandiose, like a stay in a luxurious mountain lodge or a cross-state road trip, but as we just established, location is secondary to company. And apparently, according to some strange man, going on trips to spend time with the person you love is a good idea? Quite a concept. Besides, they were thoughtful enough to find me where I was first. It's only polite to return the favor. Baxter was going to visit? You hugged him. Baxter didn't hesitate to lock himself around you. He caught the embrace as if he'd been waiting his whole life for it. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Baxter's face was flushed, and his voice came out jittery from both excitement and lingering nerves, and he couldn't stand completely still. Hallelujah. Admittedly, a part of me was convinced I wouldn't go through with it. What if you thought I had lost my mind to follow you right after we barely re-established a connection? You could imagine that completely. It wasn't a judgment on you. That's not who he was doubting. Looking foolish for admitting that he'd become attached was a long-held fear Baxter held towards himself. To say what he did and not backtrack was like stepping up to the edge of a cliff. He really had grown. But having this last day together, knowing it was the last, was the final push to pursue what I actually wanted. And I didn't even need to make you choose for me with a game of rock, paper, scissors. I forfeited by default. Baxter jerkily flicked his wrist, adding too much energy for it to be his usually smooth gesture. Honestly, it was a practical plan when you think about it. We have plenty to discuss face to face. There's our entire future to consider after all. I'm glad this single trip isn't the end of us, Blake. Yeah. You know, I still remember when everything in my life seemed it was ending or changing, and you comforted me by saying I could find people who'd be with me always, and that I might have already found some. So far, you've been right. I do. But now I can say it back to you. Baxter, there are people who want to be close to you no matter how much distance there is, or how much time goes by. I know because I'm one of them. Your words struck a deep, resounding chord in Baxter's heart. There was no as if that time. A bond like the one you had together truly was what he'd longed for his entire life. Baxter's dark eyes grew damp. He wiped it away with a thumb. It's settled then. With that, he straightened out his jacket and swiped his bangs in a vain attempt to seem more presentable. I suppose we should make another appearance now. I'm not the only person here who wants to see you, and I'll be the one who gets to be with you again. They want to see you too, Baxter. Baxter gave a light chuckle, fully in control of his emotions again. Or, he wasn't exactly controlling them. He had become comfortable with what he felt. True. We shouldn't keep our friends waiting after how patient they've been. Let's return together, Blake. He reached for you once more, ready for the next dance even before either of you could hear music again. You accepted it. Seeing him that way, you couldn't help reflecting on how the man facing you had always been so ready to leave, to turn his back to you, to be alone, for as long as you'd known him. And now every point along the list had changed. A resident of California, a member of the group, a boyfriend for life. That was Baxter Ward. So even though you'd be preparing to leave this place when the party ended, you were positive the two of you would end up coming back together again and again. It was simply unavoidable for you and him. First, because of a string of chance encounters, and second, because of your own efforts. The pushes and pulls of life were like a dance. Sometimes you were familiar with the steps, and sometimes you had to make them up as you went along. Luckily for you, no matter which tempo, style, or pattern played, you'd have a true partner by your side for the next song. Thank you for beginning a life here. You can come back again always. The end. Oh, my whole heart with this game, bro. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I appreciate it. So, yeah, there you go. We have now gone through Cove, Derek, and Baxter's ending. But don't forget, we have one final Our Life stream. Next Saturday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are having a big old Cove Holden wedding, buddies. It's gonna be fun, it's gonna be a vibe. I hope it doesn't take almost 13 hours, but you know, it is what it is. So here's to my longest goddamn stream ever. That shit was fucking wild. Mind you, I am also making my return to TikTok tomorrow. So, I have 11 hours of free time, if I'm doing that math right. And most of that's probably going to be dedicated to sleeping, if I'm being honest. So that's fucking wild. What else? Oh yeah, next week, Sunday will be Superhero Sunday like normal. We'll continue with Batman Arkham Origins, fucking cold heart DLC. My goal is to also I want to do a day for Portia, I want to do a day for 2 Point, I want to do a day for that game, what is it called? Eat, Serve, Delicious, or Cook, Serve, Delicious, the one cooking game we started a couple weeks ago. I want to do a day for the test, which will be fun. That'll probably be a shorter stream day, because I don't imagine that will take 2 hours. That's most of what is coming off the top of my noggin. I can't think if there was anything else I wanted to mention before hopping off. I've forgotten it now. Yeah, no problem. I got you. Listen, TikTok can be draining if you're not prepared for it, or if your schedule doesn't allow it, so don't worry. That's why I'm glad I do both. TikTok and Twitch I feel like bring out very different sides of my personality, so it'll be nice to get back into that too and kind of get back to a balance. And just like that, we have officially hit a 13-hour stream. Holy shit. Okay, on that note, I'm gonna wrap up and go get some fucking rest and get some food. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. But yeah, as always, take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves. It's hard being a person, you're doing the best you can. I am proud of you. And don't forget to live a life that pisses off a bigot. Bye, y'all.